Hello, my name is Ashley Coffey, and I'm the Accessible Emerging Technologies Lead at the Partnership on Employment and Accessible Technologies, also known as PEAT. Our mission is to foster collaborations in the technology space to build inclusive workplaces for people with disabilities. Our vision is a future where new and emerging technologies are accessible to the workforce by design. I'm so excited to be presenting with my friend Meryl Evans today. Meryl, over to you.
Thanks, Ashley. Howdy, y'all. My name is Neil Evans. I am a professional speaker, trainer, and consultant on accessibility and inclusion for people with disabilities. Back to you, Ashley.
Hi, everybody. Good day. Welcome to the second day of SHE Summit. As you notice, we encounter some slight technical issues. So don't worry, we're still here. We're working on it. But I take advantage of, I take the opportunity, in fact, with the given situation, to address a few words to all of you so that our technical crew can solve everything in time. So no worries, everything will go along as planned. So first of all, the SHE Summit Superhero Engine, it's an amazing celebration of being female, of women in technology, but not just in technology. It goes way beyond that because depending on where we live, our culture, our language, religion, background, whatsoever, we all encounter on a daily basis or from time to time differences in approach for being a woman in technology. Uh, a lot has changed, of course, over the years, but nevertheless, it's not that easy. If I just speak from my own experience living in Europe, where there's still some big stereotypes going on, like, okay, we're doing business, and oh, you're a woman. Yeah, nice. And are you married? As if that would change. I'm a woman, that should be sufficient. Just me, myself, and I. You don't have to look at me as a gender, but just me as a person, my competences or not. So I'll share you a small secret. I hope this doesn't get out to too many people because then uh, I found a small hiccup to make it a turnaround. So my one of my companies is based in France, and in France, often, well, people look at you from the moment you're married or you're engaged or whatsoever. Then it's okay. Then they don't ask too many questions. But otherwise, sometimes you get like strange faces or they don't take you too serious. So in order to avoid those things, I came up with the idea to buy a fake, of course, a very cheap, in my budget, engagement ring. So, ta-da! I'm not engaged at all, but it does help just in day-to-day business to avoid those questions and just get on straight on to what we're doing, to business. And it's something that I not only experienced in Europe, but maybe a bit more than in the US, for the times I was there. But at the same time, we're in 2023. Why should we prove ourselves even more just because we are women? No, it's not about that. And with the amazing results we had yesterday on the panels, um, where we got great tips, like be your own role model, just get out there, get out of that comfort zone, just try and make errors because that's what we are in the end. We're human and human beings make errors. So it's not about like getting defeated by the first issue that you encounter. It's really about just standing up for yourself and get out there. I mean, it's we shouldn't be worried because we're female, because after all, what would the world be without us? Quite empty, as we're the ones giving birth. Just to say, so I think it's an amazing job just to be in technology, but on top of that, in this amazing family, the GatherVerse family, which for me personally is the future metaverse, and which is more like a family. It's really, it's not just a new industry. It's not just another community. It's like a family where we not only feel safe and secure, but where we really learn from each other, exchange information, exchange little tips and tricks, but also network, create amazing projects like the ladies yesterday I had in the panel. We talked like last week for about, well, it was a purpose 45 minutes. We ended up talking 2 hours. That's also female power. But after our panel, we continued talking in our little group. Yeah, we want to put some things together, create together, and just go with the flow and see where it brings us. And that's so amazing, all this creativity, that it's not just of who you are or where you come from, but really just you can live your dream. And that's something that you don't see in older industries, established industries, where you don't really have that freedom to freewheel, if we can put it like that. So it's an amazing opportunity just to get to know new people. If I just look back from 2018, when I first entered this industry, until now, and all the people that I met along the way, the connections I made, the friends I made, because that's what they become, friends. Well, I can say, I think my LinkedIn like went up like 3 times, tripled or something. I don't know, but it's always so great to meet new people, but also hear all the amazing things that they are creating, inventing, trying, and so many out of there we don't even know about. And that's often because they're more in more remote locations, or they don't have the means to go to the latest exhibition or conference and so on. But it doesn't mean that they have amazing tools for the community and for humanity. Because what's more about all these things is that we need technology at service of humankind. As long as we see technology as a solution, it won't ever be a solution. It's just a tool, a meaning to get to a solution. And that's what is so intriguing of listening to others from their experience, from their creativity. And of course, then we also have artificial intelligence that is booming amazingly, and where a lot of things we haven't seen the last bit of that, even not even maybe 1% of it that we get from it, and where it can go. But if there's one thing that technology can never take away from us, it's our imagination. Imagination is key. And even an AI can't replicate each of your imaginations. So keep on imagining and keep on dreaming to make those dreams come true, and to go further on with these amazing new technologies, emerging tech, the future metaverse, and so forth and so on, that is coming our way. I use it as a tool to make this world a better place. So if we go into virtual reality or even augmented reality or whatever reality, that it won't be an escape. It will be a mean to help others, such as there are amazing therapies for soldiers coming back from war, PTSD, VR therapies for even for patients suffering from severe diseases, or others that can help those people, even disabled people, experience something that maybe in reality it wouldn't even be possible. I immediately think about, for instance, somebody who doesn't have legs and dreams about like skiing or swimming, and who can live that experience in virtual reality. So it's more about how can technology be at service for humanity, and of course, it's also about accessibility. Accessibility because, as we heard yesterday, and at several times even, um, what good is all this technology if it's not accessible? And we don't have to go that far for it. Even here in Europe, where I am, there are a lot of places where a lot of people don't even have like a decent or stable internet connection. So what good is it if we have all these amazing technologies, but they're just for the happy few? So also there we need to create more awareness, and not just amongst the people, but also in terms of governments, policy making, legally, so that also there, once people start with these technologies, that they feel safe and secure, that there is a really framework that can help them move forward. So that's something that we should all work on. And I think from there, if we would all, like Christopher always says, many hearts can really make a difference. So if I think of all the people participating at the GatherVerse S.H.E Summit and all the other summits as well, I always have that in mind. Like, all of you together, and also what I see in the WhatsApp groups, on Discord and so on, it's always so heartwarming and heartfelt that everybody is like supporting one another, trying to make a difference, creating an impact. I personally call it, I also measure it in ROI, but for me, ROI is a ripple of impact. It's not a return on investment, it's a ripple of impact. And that is a nice one if we, at each time that we want to measure something, that we think about the ripple of impact we're making instead of the return on investment. So I would like to leave it up here. I hope that in the meantime, my dear friends backstage figured out what went wrong. And we will firstly start with the two talks that we planned initially. So if that doesn't work right away, then I'm afraid you're once again stuck with me. Sorry for that. But nevertheless, we'll start with the panels very soon, and then we can start enjoying. So it might be that we end a bit later today, as foreseen. But yeah, in the world of technology, these things happen, and yeah, sometimes it is what it is. So we're going from there, and I wish you all a very pleasant and inspiring second day of the S.H.E Summit, and we'll see you later during one of the panels that I will also moderate. And of course, going forward, I hope to see you all in the WhatsApp group, the WhatsApp community. But also don't forget to like the pages on LinkedIn, on Facebook, or even on YouTube, whatever channel you prefer. The bigger the community, the more we can help each other, as it's truly a community as a service model where we support each other, and that will help all of us in the end. So have a nice summit, second day, and let's get to it. Talk later. And now they should normally put me out. And I'm back. I'm so sorry that you have to endure me today. Well, that's also technology. So don't worry. You'll only have me for 5 minutes before our first panel is starting. Well, let's do some improvisation. Why not? Okay, so I know many of you went to CES, and I would like to hear from all of you in the comments what someone bought. I see already some nice comments. Yeah, Meryl Evans is coming up. Actually, indeed. Thank you, Olive, for all the support. Diane, Cecilia from Italy. Hi. Yeah. For most of you, it's morning, but for us in Europe, it's evening. So it's a bit different. But put something in the comments so that we get this discussion going on. It's all about you, ladies. So what would you like me to talk about for the next 4 minutes until we get to the next point? I could talk for hours, but it would probably be a bit boring. It's indeed, like Meryl said, what good is all this technology if it's not accessible? It's totally that. So, but I just get a message, so you're all relieved, probably, that our 5 speakers are all ready for the next panel. We'll wait another 2 minutes so that they're all assured. Oh, okay, this is a nice one. How many women have participated in SHE? If I have to, it's more than 100 that have participated in SHE. So, and that's just from the people that you will hear speaking. But of course, behind the scenes, there are also a lot of people working. So, and that's just a fraction of all the amazing people out there who have been some key women that have inspired and supported you throughout my career. Throughout my career, I think first and foremost, my grandmother, who was in her time quite a rebel, yeah, she always made me follow my dreams and not minding what everybody was saying. And of course, might seem a bit weird, but I also have some admiration for Audrey Hepburn, who is just like I am, Belgian, which is a small country. You probably know the Belgian fries. Okay, they call it French fries, but besides some discussion about that, they're Belgian. I'm greatly inspired by her. One of my favorite quotes from her is, "It's not impossible. The word itself says it. I am possible." And I think that is exactly what it is. And having said that, we're going over to our first power panel of the day. So enjoy and see you later, girls and others always. See ya. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone, and good morning to those of you who are tuning in from the PST time. I am Stacey Ann Berry, and I will be your moderator and host for this amazing power panel. Our theme is Breaking Barriers. So just a little bit about my background. I am the president and founder of B Stellar Group, Inc., a government relations and professional development firm based in Toronto, Canada. I've been in the industry for the last, I would say, over 10 years, perhaps, doing government relations and community development work. I also am the chapter president for Blacks in Technology Foundation, which is a US-based nonprofit that helps to stop the digital divide, and we have chapters in 19 countries. So I want to get right into letting you know a little bit more about our phenomenal panelists. We have a great group of women who will each start with introductions of who they are and the companies they represent. So perhaps we can start with Karen.
Sure. Yes. Thank you so much, Stacey. And I'm really happy to be with you all here today. So I represent my own company, XR Connected, through which I provide consulting on XR education, on a strategy for XR startups. And also I am a community builder, about which you'll hear more in a moment. I also work with Metaverse, a 3D on web platform based in Toronto. I'm their director of immersive learning, and I'm helping them with their compliance processes. I'm a member of the Poly's WebXR Awards and WebXR events team, and we will be producing the Poly Awards, the Poly's WebXR Awards, the third edition, on March 5th this year. And most relevant for this panel today, I am one of the co-founders and leaders of XR Women, which is a community that we started in late 2020. We've now passed 2 years and more than 100 events. We have nearly 700 women in our community from more than 50 different countries. And we'll talk a little bit more about those later.
Certainly. Thank you so much. And perhaps Babbitt, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Babette Jackson. I'm coming from Edward Jones. I'm an insider threat and data loss prevention engineer. A little bit about my background is since we're here representing women, in 2019, I graduated from Cal Poly Pomona, one of the only African American females in cybersecurity. And yeah, so some of the things that I do is that I have my own Instagram where I give people tips about cybersecurity and make it fun and interesting. I'm also on TikTok and then also on LinkedIn. And I'm kind of just here to spread the word about cybersecurity and make it more fun and interesting so people can be more interested in it overall.
Awesome. Thank you for that and the work you're doing. Charlene, would you like to go next?
Thank you so much. And thank you guys so much. You've done an amazing job coordinating this event. It's really great to be a part of it. My name is Charlene Nichols. I am the founder of the Omniverse City. The Omniverse City is a metaverse platform that was designed to create inclusivity and focus specifically on small and medium businesses. My passion is specifically small and medium businesses in the optical sector. I've been in the optical sector for 26 and a half years. And my career started really more on the back end of the industry, developing B2B logistics solutions, consumables management. And, you know, being in an industry like that and seeing it from all facets, it gave me a really interesting kind of 360-degree perspective. So about 6 years ago, I had an opportunity to decide, you know, where I wanted to apply my talents. And I decided to resign from my corporate position and see what sort of solutions I could create to empower the locally owned businesses that I had just grown to love and become super loyal to. And it led me to a lot of fun adventures. And, you know, it's so great to be here today. And I look forward to talking more about all of the new technologies and what I've learned.
Awesome. Thank you, Charlene. And Safa, would you like to introduce yourself? Safa?
Yeah. How are you? I am Safa Lattar from Syria. I work as an administrative manager at a Sur company, which work in the IT and digital marketing sector. I am interested in metaverse and studying the impact of the metaverse on societies, especially the communities that suffer from the conflicts and war. That's in general. And I'm happy to be with you today.
Awesome. Thank you, Safa. And thanks for joining us. And last, Bay, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening from where I'm based here in the Netherlands. I'm the co-founder of Streetfire Studios. So at Streetfire Studios, we tell stories in 3D worlds, characters, and experiences. We are supported by Epic Games and powered by Unreal Engine 5. So basically, we create 3D content and assets ranging from conceptual design to virtual worlds. So as you can see from the virtual background, this is one of the original IP we developed based on Asian Zodiac. So currently, we are in the year of Tiger. So in about, I think about maybe a few days or a week time, we're going to enter the year of rabbit. With a career background in journalism and NGOs, I'm currently also an academia researcher, focusing on the media narratives about digital technologies, especially on the rising global south. So yeah, an entrepreneur and a researcher.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bay. And thank you again to each of you for the work you're doing. And shout out to Christopher Lafayette and his team for putting this panel together and giving us the opportunity to really highlight the great work women are doing in this space and the work that needs to be done as well, because the space is not equal and accessible for everyone. So I want to start with a little bit of a discussion of the metaverse, right? We're hearing a lot of people talk about it, wondering what it is, confused about what it is, but it doesn't have like one static definition. So perhaps I'll go back to you, Charlene, if you want to let us understand to you, how do you define the metaverse?
So, in order to answer that question, I have to tell you that I was building a metaverse platform without even knowing what that word was, truly and clearly. And I built a metaverse for what I believe the most organic sense of the metaverse is, which is simply to bring people together that really needed to connect and really had no other way. In our industry, if you're a small and medium business owner, you can't really get out to these conferences. You got to focus on your business and you miss so many updates. So I was really passionate about creating a place for that inclusivity, regarding like your ability to, be in the same place at the same time. And we just kept improving what we were doing to make it enjoyable, to make it feel like you're really in a real world setting. Because what we found is digital alone, like, a lot of people are kind of talking about the difference between Web 2 and Web 3. If you're not immersive, you really can't get that, like, you can't get connected. It's like it's missing something. So I think, in my opinion, and again, I'm coming from somebody who's only a year in the Web3 space, just to be clear, my definition of the metaverse today would be a place where two people can connect in a way that is very meaningful, as close as possible to in real life, without any disruption, and with each of those individuals having their own ability to control their personal experience completely disruption free. That's really the basic definition that I feel qualified to share today.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that definition. And Babette, what about you? How would you define the metaverse?
So I just came up with this definition today, this morning, and imagine like a kitchen, and in this kitchen you have literally all the ingredients and all the tools you need. But on the flip side, you have all the chefs from around the world, all different cooking styles. So you go into this kitchen and you can pick and choose the different chefs that you want to use, the different tools you want to use, the different ingredients. And when it comes to cooking, once you know the basics, there's no rules to it. You can literally make anything that you want without anyone coming in and saying you're supposed to do it this way because it's yours. And that's what I think of when I think of the metaverse.
I love it. Sign me up for that metaverse. And Karen, how would you define the metaverse?
Sure, yes. Well, in one way, I would describe it as the 3D web, the internet, but expanded into the realm of 3D, which of course enables so much more to take place, and including the people being able to share spatial environments together. And I certainly do think of the metaverse as being a place, but multiple places, but having this spatial element where we can gather and we can accomplish a variety of things. But yes, like the internet, like the web, being a source of information, of connecting with other people, but in 3D.
That sounds good. And Bay, how would you describe the metaverse?
Yeah, I think all the other ladies already spoke of all the keywords that I wanted to say. And from my perspective, I simply like to also tell people that I believe that metaverse is a network of 3D virtual worlds, but focusing really on social connection. But I do want to bring up something from me and my colleagues of the studio, because we all share a kind of DNA of being either content creators or from the creative industry. We believe at this moment, metaverse is truly early. So kind of looking forward, we think it's still like changing. But for us, our belief is that it should be, and definitely it's a decentralized and it's a creator-driven ecosystem. And we also believe that it should be a symbiotic playground of technology and humanity. And also on the mass adoption side, we hope and we believe that metaverse will be a way to blend the physical and digital worlds.
Awesome. And Safa, would you like to add to your definition, the definition of the metaverse from your perspective?
Yeah, I think you covered all points, but in general, it's a completely different new era that includes all professional and societal sectors. But for me, I think we should humanly invest in, because will give us pros and cons in the same way.
Awesome. Thank you so much, ladies. So one of the other things that we want to think about, we know that technology transforms how we connect, how we live, it transforms industries. Can each of you comment on a key aspect of society that you believe the metaverse is going to transform? Perhaps Bay,
One thing
Shirley?
I was
Go ahead.
one thing I was going to add, and I figured I'll wait because gives me a perfect moment. I was actually reading several mindset books while I was building this whole metaverse project, because this is intimidating. This is very difficult. It's one thing to be in it. It's another thing to build it. Okay. And I was like, it clicked to me that one of the things the metaverse does is it broadens makes your mind think that anything is possible. And anybody who studied mindset and really like visualization, like if you could visualize it, if you could dream it, you can make it happen. And with the metaverse, it's so much easier to do that. I think you're going to see an explosion of innovation among people, because they're not going to feel confined and limited anymore. Women, minorities, children. I mean, we're all going to have power that we never had before. And we're going to have a lot of responsibility. This is such an important time. I'm so glad that this conference is getting so much attention, because the world needs to know the metaverse is not 5 to 10 years away. It is absolutely here. And even if it is 5 to 10 years away, that gives you possibly just enough time to prepare you and your families and your business for it. So I think how it's going to shape society is it's going to give us all an opportunity to get around one subject where nobody's in control. If somebody controls the internet, somebody controls the countries and cities that you live in. Nobody controls the internet. And hopefully, if we really work together, we can keep it that way.
Bay, would you like to add on an aspect of society that will change?
Yeah, I think for sure, because I believe that it's really focusing, the metaverse, existence of metaverse is really for social connection. And we already see really it disrupted, but also bring a lot of interesting evolution of the creative industry. Because I think if we look back in the last 10 years or last 5 years, we see in the, for example, you see worldwide more user-generated content is taking over the spaces. And you also see the different diversity of creativities is adding into the storytelling and brand building. And at the same time, I think worldwide, people are connected in a different way, because in the past, I've been in the creative industry for almost like 2 decades. It used to be really like siloed, and now it becomes unsiloed. And also it used to be quite a hierarchy. But now I think it becomes more kind of like inclusive, and definitely you see the call for creatives around the world. They also want to really fight for being rewarded, because traditionally there's a lot of like exploitation of creators, content creators, of story writers, and storytellers, etc. So I do think that it has already a major impact. And we also see the like younger generation. I would like to bring in like the Gen Z. They are the digital natives. They grow up in connecting with each other. So I think this also brings a really, really nice, like I said again, decentralized and also a creator driven element. And I like what Charlene just said, that there's no one should control or dictate this. So I think that's really like exciting for this trends. Yeah.
Yes, it is awesome. And I do have a question for you specifically, Karen, around the contribution of women and why this is essential, and how XR Women is ensuring that women are involved in the XR community. We also know that one of the challenges we face as women is that we're kind of cut out of leadership roles, and there's tons of articles and research that breaks down those statistics and what they look like sector by sector. But just from your insights, why is the contribution of women essential, and how is XR Women involved?
Sure, sure. And before I get to that, I just briefly want to say that I love the answers, these previous answers from the others. And I like this idea that new technological changes open up creative possibilities, and also that the limits are not the limits of the technology, they're the limits of the imagination. We can do anything, right? But with regard to XR Women, so we formed this community in order to give women the confidence that they need to succeed, to celebrate their successes, to allow us to learn from one another, to come together, and to support and provide opportunities for collaboration, for mentorship. And women are absolutely key, because we are absolutely key to the world. I mean, what's the saying, that women hold up half the sky? And, and here we are, we need to be integrally involved in the creation of the metaverse and what happens there. Unfortunately, yes, the tech sector is dominated by young white males, but the metaverse is for everyone. And in building it, it's crucial that the interests of everyone are represented, especially now at this time, in these early days when we're laying some very important foundations, and with the things like artificial intelligence coming into play. We need to make sure that biases are not built into the world, into the metaverse, and that the structures do not exclude people. So we need to have women's voices involved in saying what the metaverse is, how it should be built, and what it is that takes place there, and what is possible there to help create that vision.
And there is a lot of possibilities. Thank you for that. And Safa, when we think about the startup communities, and it's filled with so many opportunities, from your perspective and experience, what type of opportunities should women be taking disadvantage of? And do you see areas where they're not taking advantage of that they should be?
I think the women have the capabilities and power to enter any community in general. But the women workforce percentage in care and the NGO, also in the attention industry, is the highest, while direct in engineering, manufacturing, and agriculture is decreased. So that means we need to intensify our efforts in these sectors.
Awesome. That's important to do that. And Charlene, for those of us who are, entrepreneurs, How can business owners benefit from engaging in the metaverse? And what type of opportunities should entrepreneurs, even like myself, I'm a service provider, but what kind of opportunities should we explore?
This is such a great question, and it's going to be very hard for me to answer concisely. So I'll just give you an example. When you say entrepreneur, I think people think in a very limited way. You think somebody who goes out and they get an MBA, or they go and they get an LLC or whatever. But I'm going to give you an example of an entrepreneur that I have a lot of respect for. This is a young doctor. She's an optometrist, and she worked for corporate optometry. Now, there's a lot of people that end up working for corporate optometry that would prefer not to, but opening up a practice in today's very centralized industry is extremely difficult. So she was working for a corporate office, wanted some way to work for the couture, amazing sector, and wanted to have her own business. Now, my company has built many tools in addition to the metaverse. One of them is a toolbox called Optical Near Me, which gives doctors or opticians everything that they need to build their own e-commerce. So they don't have to worry about hiring a developer for, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they don't even have to worry about sourcing products because we've integrated it with the supply chain. This doctor was able to take the tools that I've given her, reach out to people that she met through a conference that we hosted in the metaverse, get the guidance that she needed. And now she's able to step outside of the setting that she was in as an entrepreneur and have her own business. Now, she's not going to have a physical business. She's going to have a virtual business. That opportunity was never made available before. And it's not just about the space. We keep talking about the space, but there's real utility that needs to be put there. I mean, the internet doesn't, if you just went to a website and you clicked on a product and nothing happened, like that wouldn't be very exciting. But that's not what happens. You look at a product, you buy it, and guess what? Amazon delivers all these wonderful presents to your door. Like the same things are going to happen with the metaverse, but the difference is the experience that you get while you're making that purchase is going to be so much more immersive. That means lesser returns, higher customer satisfaction, better loyalty. Maybe you have a product with a story and you might say, okay, this product is sustainable. Maybe I don't understand what sustainable means. If you can show me a simulation of a forest disintegrating, I'm like, oh my gosh, now I understand the impact of what these words mean. The sky is absolutely the limit, but you know what? We have to understand ourselves what these things mean contextually so that we can leverage the metaverse in a way that really appropriately tells these stories. You mentioned AI. I'm a fan of AI, but not without the delicate balance of human involvement. We cannot trust AI to do all of our jobs. We have to be able to learn how to use AI with a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Responsible balance. That's it.
Yeah, responsible AI, ethical AI is essential. And so, Babbitt, my next question is for you. When we think about, there's great solutions that we can solve using emerging technology, immersive technology, simulations, like even in the medical field, it can be used for, potential future doctors kind of practice on virtual patients and such. And that's great. But there's also a lot of concerns around our data and protecting our data and hackers and ransomware. We're seeing this in the headlines of even hospitals currently, data getting hacked. What are your insights around cybersecurity and why this is important and what we should be doing?
Yeah, so I'm gonna give it to you all straight. When it comes to cybersecurity in the metaverse, there's gonna be the same threats that are out in the real world, but they're probably gonna be more massive and enormous. And it may sound scary, but on the flip side of everything, it's interesting because we're still in the beginning stages of the whole metaverse. So that means we can still build things into to the metaverse and everything within the metaverse. So I think of it as, for my old company that I was in, I had to come in and kind of change the culture. The culture was full of people who have been there for a really, really long time. And yes, to change the culture and to make cybersecurity more important, you can give them the trainings, you can slap them on the wrist for doing the wrong things and so forth and so on, but that can only go so far. It kind of just instates fear in them, and you don't necessarily want to do that. So what you do instead is take all the people who are being hired, all the new hires, and then create this curriculum of cybersecurity the second that they step foot, so they have it in their mind. When I'm doing anything, think about cybersecurity. think about cybersecurity. So I feel like the same thing goes with the metaverse, because the last thing that we want to do is to have the government come in and create all these legislations and all these regulations when it comes to cybersecurity, because we've seen this happen, and that only happens when something like really, really bad happens, but it also takes really, really long. And then once that happens, people, instead of having cybersecurity in the forefront of their mind and thinking about the customers, the clients, or even themselves, they started having cybersecurity as just a checklist for not wanting to get fined, a checklist for doing something because the government said so. So if we can be proactive about cybersecurity instead of reactive about cybersecurity, then we can, like Charlene said, the sky is the absolute limit as long as we continue to build it inside of there. So it's nothing to be, in a sense, scared of, but it's more something to be interested in, bringing awareness to everyone about cybersecurity and what we can actually do. Because with machine learning and AI, it's endless. As long as we add the human element into machine learning and AI, as Charlene said.
Yes, awesome. Now, do you want to talk about the fact that some countries are more ahead than others? Some are taking their time, some are hesitant, and we do know government always feel they need to regulate to protect everybody, but sometimes there's a disconnect with the policymakers at the top, the lawmakers at the top who aren't developers, who aren't engineers, so they don't have that technical background or understanding how a regulation that may be good in their mind is actually harmful for certain industries and sector. We're seeing that within the music industry and what's happening with how our government's regulating content that's being streamed that's Canadian versus non-Canadian. There's some who like that, and there's a lot of content creators who don't because it will cut into their revenue share, right? And these things are always debatable, but it requires diverse perspectives, diverse voices, and a multidisciplinary approach to come to the best solution. So, Bay, my question is for you about, can you comment on countries or regions that are kind of running with the metaverse or more advanced with it than others, and why would some countries perhaps be hesitant? So what are your insights on this?
Yeah, especially because at this moment I'm doing research on the media narratives about digital transformation in different regions. I always want to add another nuanced lenses, because from the political or maybe like public sector perspectives, there are countries in the world they are more kind of focusing on that. For example, currently we see in Europe, Netherlands itself is very active because Netherlands has a very strong digital infrastructure, and countries like Ireland and Portugal, I guess that in the last decade or 5 years, that they really want to position themselves as leading of digital development, and trying to kind of show that they're really dedicated for this innovation. And at the same time, I think from the government's level, especially a lot of Asian countries like South Korea. South Korea, actually, Seoul is the first has the first like city level of the twin of the city. So it's like metaverse twin of Seoul. And Japan, a lot of development. Singapore and China. China has a very unique case because we probably know like China has its very unique digital ecosystem. But then that's from the government support level. But I do want to highlight the industry development, because in the past, especially during, I would say, in the Web 1 or Web 2 phase, that when we talk about digital transformation, we always think about California, Silicon Valley. But today, Silicon Valley is no longer just a location. It becomes almost like a kind of metaphor. There are Asian Silicon Valley, European Silicon Valley. So in terms of that, I think there's also a lot of regions. If we look at like innovators, entrepreneurs, and also younger generation lead the country's change, then I even see exciting change, like for example in Dubai, but also in African cities, like countries like Nigeria, Ghana. I'm doing some research about their digital transformation at this moment. But in terms of like a social mass adaptation, I do think like Southeast Asia and East Asia is going to play a very big role because of the digital savvy young population. Because we already see some major change in the social commerce, online to offline, Internet of Things, as well as, for example, retailtainment. So these are all playing elements. And very recently, I joined this discussion with this Hong Kong association about like metaverse in retail industry. So yeah, comparatively, it's very advanced, and also it's very hands-on. So we will see in this year a lot of use cases in some of the Asian countries, I'm sure.
This is awesome. And the use cases are essential because we can learn what to do and what not to do. So this question's for any of the panelists to comment on, right? So as we get into this metaverse, this new virtual world, it does present some concerns of safety, harassment, discrimination, especially as it pertains to women, to people of color, to people who are differently abled and such. Can any of you comment on what should be done to ensure that there is more safety and we minimize harassment and discrimination within the metaverse? Perhaps Karen, if you wanted to start.
Yeah, well, I think, as I said, so one of the things that is important in this regard is to make sure that there is a diversity of people involved in creating and building these spaces. Because those of us who might, for whatever reason, be affected by harassment, need to have a voice in how things are created. We have more insight into how that could happen, and what things need to be put in place in order to involve that. I do think that that government policy is important in this regard, and unfortunately, most people in government aren't very knowledgeable about the metaverse. I really want to highlight and to applaud the work that XRSI, the XR Safety Initiative, is doing, led by Kavya Perlman. In this regard. And for example, they're working with the Australian government, and they've been very active in developing sort of standards around things like child safety, and in making people aware of these issues and how we should address them. So that sort of work is key. It's absolutely crucial, and we should be supporting them and paying attention to them, especially since the technology is moving so fast, and it takes everyone else so long to catch up to the actual technological developments. So we need to make sure that we are involved in the creation of all the spaces, and also that we are advocating for ways to prevent harassment and discrimination in the metaverse.
And that's very helpful. Anyone else want to add?
Well, being a developer of a platform, I have to say that first and foremost, we have to put the emphasis on developers. If you're building a platform, I mean, look at some of these platforms that are out there on social media. They don't really do the best job at protecting people. Cyberbullying is really bad. And I mean, maybe it got out of control, but maybe if they would have foreseen these issues, and I love, Babette, you said proactive. I think that word applies to any part of what we're doing here, because we can learn from history. I mean, we already know what digitalization did to society, what social media, what, as we evolve and become more culturally diverse as a society, we already know the impact those things have had. So we can really be proactive in the way we design these metaverse platforms to create rules and regulations, and there's consequences. People are going to want to be a part of these experiences, and they're not going to be able to participate if people develop their culture and their community guidelines appropriately if they don't play by the rules, and they're not going to want to miss out. So you've got to really make people be accountable for their actions. Like, you can't allow people to just go around and bully anyone. And it goes for any, and there's some people that you wouldn't think would be a minority group. I look at sometimes gamers are now all of a sudden, they're looking at us like, wait a second, you're on our turf. All these years you didn't understand us, you made fun of us, and now the metaverse is cool. I mean, we've got to really learn to understand all of the new cultural diversity that we're going to have.
Awesome. Anyone else want to comment on this?
Yeah, I would like to add something, because I always feel like when we talk about the virtual world, it's in a way it reflects and also kind of like repeat or even showcase like what the real world is. And we have actually learned a lot of things in the history. And what I noticed is that there's a lot of charters and a lot of protocols, I think, considering the ethical and also moral aspects. It's highly important because again, in the creative industry, we've been now talking all these like changes and disruptions about like, okay, the different considerations such as ecologically and also diversity inclusion. But I feel like, okay, it's because the industry or sector has developed for decades, and then people started to add all these new protocols in it. But now we're starting a new possibility, and then we should really implant the all these considerations and embrace all these like very important aspects in the core. Saying that means that not just like a magazine that in the last when they before they want to publish, they just choose different people to kind of show on the front side, oh, it's diverse. No, that's not enough. It has to come from the core side, like in the technical side, in the financial side. So I think, again, it's like we are working really hard now on change the traditional industry in making sure like with maybe use the means of like quotas or push all these. But now with the new industry or this new possibility, we really need to fight for the for this
Mhm.
this moment.
Yes, exactly. Anyone else want to comment before I move on? All right. So as a follow-up to that, when we think about aspects of, say, social media addiction, and even some of the combative nature of these platforms where people are on there to cancel people, to, get so divisive on issues. But it's also a place where people just go to escape from their reality, escape from the reality of the world, because there's also an entertainment nature to these social media platforms, to content we see on film and TV. And it's like this escapism, right? And so now I'm wondering if we immerse ourselves more into this world where we're spending more time in digital spaces, do any of you feel that will disconnect us from the realities of social and economic inequalities, right? What's really happening in our world that we don't like, it's reflected on the internet. This is why we see digital racism and some of these challenges, because we haven't fixed these issues in the real world that we do spend time in. So what are your comments or your insights on this thought of whether or not the metaverse will make us get into this world of escapism and entertainment more, and almost create this illusion of a perfect world? Will it make us disconnected? Will it make us more aware? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think the first thing to understand is that every single person is an individual use case. People have different, I'm in the vision industry and I've been studying visualization, perception, the way that you receive information and you use it to make decisions is a really big part of what you see and everything that you know and how you process that. But on the positive side, I've been a part of physical events where people that I brought together virtually met physically, and they were able to really truly connect. I've had people tell me that when I go to conventions, I feel like a wallflower because I don't know anybody. I'm not a part of the cool kids club. And I want to go up to somebody who's like an owner of a company. I don't feel comfortable. But because they met somebody that was a president or somebody in a virtual setting, they were able to say, oh, hi, and step outside of their comfort zone. There's also a lot of people that came to our platform that said, I'm autistic. I have a challenge with sensory issues, and now I'm able to actually go and participate where I wasn't able to before. So I think it's all a matter of the person and, being able to be, I mean, like anything, right? Social media, games, life, driving. I mean, we have to be responsible and accountable as individuals and maybe be mindful of how we can be, have an intervention clause if we do see this happening so we can create ways to encourage that balance.
Yes.
I would say that I find that the metaverse does provide enormous opportunities to meet with people who you wouldn't otherwise be able to. However, not everyone has access, and part of that is because of simple access to connectivity. Right, that's the first issue, and then we have the equipment, the hardware, and that's one of the reasons why I believe that web-based platforms and the web-based metaverse is hugely important. But because the metaverse will be so important to everything that we do, it's absolutely key that the infrastructure is built out and that access to ways of connecting are affordable and available, simply available. And so when you are meeting people in the metaverse, it may not at this point be very representative of all the people in the world, right? Because not everyone is able to be there. But just think of the possibility if everyone could, the sorts of connections we could make across geographic boundaries, across all sorts of differences. It's truly exciting to think about. And even with things like translation, one of the platforms I like to use, Frame VR, has this amazing translation tool. You can use voice and it will translate it in the chat box there. So you could be talking to someone who speaks a language that you don't. You could be communicating in that way. So the potential is enormous, but we have to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to access and participate in the metaverse. And if we can do that, then the possibilities are really beautiful.
Yes, certainly is. Babbitt, did you want to comment on this?
Yeah, so what Charlene said earlier this year, I was diagnosed with high functioning autism. And when it came to going to all these different events and everything, I never understood why I would get so overstimulated, or I would run into the bathroom like this is too much, or all these different things. And when I finally got diagnosed with autism, I finally understood that it was due to the overstimulation or the processing of everything that was going on. So in my mind, it was like everything was just too much. And then I would just go and grab a drink to relax myself, but not asking why. But then once the pandemic hit and we started having all these different virtual events, then I felt like a little bit better. I was able to be in my own world, be in my own house, be practically anywhere I want with just my laptop, where I don't necessarily have to focus on all these different things going around with me. And then I can still have the one-on-one conversations with people. And then when it comes to the metaverse and then virtually meeting people, one thing that I find that's kind of hard for me to do is to have conversations with people, because I can not only feel the energy, but like the micro movements of like their eyes and then their face and everything. So it kind of distracts me from actually listening or having that full conversation. But if you're like an avatar and I'm talking to you, then it makes it a lot easier for me to actually be focused with everything. And then another thing that was brought up, I don't know who said it, but yesterday she said her child had autism and she was trying to figure out ways to keep them from being overstimulated. And one thing that was really stressful was crossing the street. And yes, you can try to have this real world example of let's try to cross the street, but that's dangerous. But when it comes to the metaverse, you can create the simulation of crossing the street without the actual dangers. So just understanding that when it comes to new technology and a metaverse, and because it's a simulation, the things that you want to do are the things that you have difficulty doing, you can practice in the metaverse to get better in the real world without the danger of them. So it makes it more accessible for everybody to use to their own benefits.
That's really good. That's awesome. Does anyone else want to comment?
Yeah, I would like to add something because just now when we were asked to give like our personal definition of the metaverse, I think I mentioned that I always think, and also me and my colleagues, we in the studio, we believe metaverse eventually should be and will be a way to blend symbiotically the physical and the digital worlds. Because as I'm also a university teacher and I discuss a lot with the students, and I think we always say technology is neither good or bad. It's not neutral either, but it's all depends on how people use it, because everything it's like a fire. So it brings a lot of convenience, but it also brings a lot of disaster. So it's in the end, it's in the hands of human. And I do think that the content creation is very, very important because with this 3D and an immersive experience through all these like VR, AR, XR, people get more and more like this very immersive experience and feelings, and education is very important. Sometimes we also discuss the possibility of how can we really give like a certain like using a format of like metaverse to stimulate divergent thinking, critical thinking, but most importantly, empathic thinking. Because I think when you are in an immersive experience, then it kind of like make you feel even more vividly. Either it's about ecology, like climate change, but it's also about like different part of the culture. So in that case, we can bring all these experience that probably physically we are not able to immediately have, then already in the metaverse. I think that will be very, very helpful and crucial for the education.
Yes, and that's a common thread that all of you are sharing about empathy, and that is really essential to create a better world for everyone. Safa, did you have anything to add to whether or not we'll be more connected to social issues or less connected because of immersing ourselves in the metaverse?
I think there are many things we should speak about. First, that will or metaverse will easier or the make the experiments easier, especially the dangerous experiment, or we cannot repeat it as the surgeries, as a healthy issues that they can have more opportunities to learn and deep learning or knowledge. But in the other side, when I think to my kids in the immersive worlds and games with guns, that make me some worry because that's very dangerous and that maybe I can't think more about the future with this experiment. So that's what I want to focus on.
And as a follow-up to what Saf is highlighting, right? Another hat that many women wear is mothers, right? Some of you have children. There's also people who are, caregivers or godparents to other people's children, their aunties and such. But when we think about parents and what should they be aware of, and why is the metaverse relevant for parents? Do any of you want to comment on this?
Well, I have to say, when we were at the final stage of getting our metaverse developed, and I was trying, like, again, was new to this, and I was sitting down with my husband and my 8-year-old, and I'm like, how are we going to get people to be able to communicate? And my 8-year-old goes, why don't you use proximity chat? And I was like, what the heck is that? And it's
These kids are advanced. They know.
so my 8-year-old has become, and by the way, just so you guys know, your child can actually be an employee up to a certain amount of hours. This is a great opportunity for your kid to get involved and have it be a tax relief. But my son creates avatars and he goes in with me and we play, and he's like, Mom, I don't really think that's a good experience. I think this would be better. But you know what? He plays Roblox. Like, he is the future. All of these brands, they're going into Roblox for a reason. They want to be able to kind of imprint these little kids and, get in front of them before they grow up. And as parents, we've really got to take a humongous step back and look at everything. And I always look at, what is the intent? What are you trying to do here? Are you trying to educate for a good reason? Are you trying to, add some sort of subliminal messaging so that I can educate my kid and say, look, I can't stop you from seeing this, but let's talk about it. Let's talk. We cannot in today's society stop her. I have a 21-year-old and a 20-year-old. They had very limited access to technology, an hour a day. I feel like a terrible mother because my kid has a lot more than that today. But you can't limit them. They do school online. They do play online. So you're going to have to teach them how to be, again, responsible and accountable for their own actions.
Anyone else want to comment on this topic of why the metaverse is relevant?
I'm a mother of 2 teenage boys. My oldest is 15, and I still remember when I moved to the Netherlands from China like 23 years ago. I've never been abroad before, so I hardly know anything about what the real like European life is. But now I see like my kids. He didn't travel to many part of the world, but through the digital media and digital contents and social media. He's very open to all like different culture. And I also have students, very young students, like 18 or 19-year-old. Actually, I can't wait to see these group of people to take the lead on that, because I think the younger generation, because of they are exposed to other culture, they are more connected, they have less bias, and they're more open. And I think they already have a nature of being more empathic than the older like country leaders or business leaders of, I don't know, older generations. So I actually think that, yeah, we are the very active people in this field, and let's really nurture this and leave this really, really good space to the younger generation. Don't spoil it, because I think we somehow already ruined real world, and we need to really let them to work together and to save this.
Right, because the youth, I always say to youth that I mentor, you are the leaders of the future today. Like you're leaders now. You don't have to wait until you're a certain age to lead and to make influence. And when we think about youth, children, and how they learn, Karen, did you want to comment on how the metaverse will, impact, change, transform how we learn, how we connect?
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of the key points here is that, we are beings who live in a 360-degree world with 3D objects in it. And until fairly recently, all of the media that we consume has been bounded by a rectangular frame, whether it's a computer frame, whether it's a tablet or a smartphone or a movie screen, a TV. Everything is sort of bounded by a frame. And we need to reimagine the possibilities for education, given that we have this enormous interactive canvas to work with in building educational experiences. And I think that, just like, as I said earlier, governments and policies have not been able to keep up with the development of technology. It's been difficult for education to do so as well. And we really need to be able to do a complete reimagination of what is possible. There is so much more out there, and yes, it's difficult to make change, but the rewards could be great. And I think that children can be more engaged. We can learn in a way that is more natural to our existence as physical beings in a 360 and 3D world. Once we get used to creating these sorts of learning experiences that take advantage of those affordances of the metaverse. And it's not going to be easy. We have systems in place that are sort of fall by default into the mode of, this is the way we've always done things. It does require culture change and people being willing to take risks and really rethink everything from the ground up. So it's an exciting time, and I can't wait to see what develops.
Awesome. And it's also good to have some guiding principles. Like one of the things I like to say is we have to think about who we helping, who we hurting. There's also a very profit-driven model at the center of these things. And sometimes what's good for the bottom line is not good for the environment or humanity. So we want to also keep that in mind as decisions are being made and as this is unfolding. Now, I do want to talk about overcoming barriers and, being women in male-dominated spaces. Like my space, public policy, government relations, is also very male-dominated, just like tech. How have you overcome the barriers you faced in your sector as a woman? And we could perhaps start with Babbitt.
Yeah, so like I said, I graduated in 2019 as the only African American female from Cal Poly Pomona. And that was a bit strange, I guess I can say. I went to a private school too in high school, so I'm kind of used to being like the only African American, but to be the only African American female in a room full of like mainly males was interesting. Like one thing that my professor asked me was, "Are your parents engineers too?" And that kind of took me aback. But as I got further in my career, I figured out the why and figured out that I'm doing this for a bigger cause than myself. Once I got into the actual career of cybersecurity, I found out that there were more people interested in cybersecurity. There were more women, more African Americans. And then I had a bunch of like little girls coming up to me asking me, "Oh, how did you get into cybersecurity?" And when I was that age, I didn't even know that it existed. So I just started to continue like trucking on my mission to be a woman in cybersecurity, be a motivation or be an inspiration, because I know there's a bunch of little girls and little boys looking up to me who are interested in cybersecurity. And that's the one thing that just led me to keep going no matter how hard that it gets.
That's so wonderful.
Yeah, Safa, did you want to comment?
With the careers, we can say after 10 years approximately in working in web design sector and e-commerce. If we can say about sector, the people don't understand the management of the projects in general. That's for the customer, if we can say. So they think if they make a new project, especially online, the project will work alone without marketing, without any efforts that for sectors. And for me, as a woman, work remotely for approximately 9 years, I can say the time management that is the big challenge because the house is the comfortable zone and also the workplace. Also, the people cannot take the remote job seriously before Corona, and that become better after Corona. But people still feel the homework or the work from home is not such as office work.
Right. So as we head down to the last few minutes, I want those of you who didn't get a chance to comment on the question about overcoming barriers, just to share. We'll start with you, Bay, and then Charlene, and end with you, Karen. You know, what advice would you give to women? Just a real short snippet of advice to women who want to enter into male-dominated sectors.
Yeah, I had a career in NGOs and journalism world, and I noticed that the decision-making part is always dominated by the alpha male. So in the end, it kind of also affected how the consumer and user-facing contents. And now, like the industry, they're trying to add all this diversity in it, which I found it a little bit like too late. Yes, at this moment, I still feel like there's almost like still quite male dominated. But what I really like what Babette just mentioned, to get girls excited and interested in it. And I think women, I think by nature, we are connectors and communicators. It is very important to be able to really communicate this to the general public and has mass adoption. At the same time, I think this nature of being caring and considerable, like we talked about ethical issues, moral issues for the younger generation, those are the very important elements that women can bring it into it. But I do think that it is important for us to like work together to kind of really get the decision-making role, not just like the side job or the side role, but really like in the core, like to steer about the direction of a business or direction of a user experience. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, like what we are doing now.
I think that really says it all, because we are down to like 1 minute, and I don't want the call to get disconnected. So I just do want to say thank you to each of you for your insights, for your time, for your expertise. You added so much value to this discussion. You're doing great work in your respective sectors. Thank you to, GatherVerse for putting on the SHE Summit, and the team behind this, Christopher Lafayette and Joanne, for all that you do for our community. And it was, again, great to be your moderator, and thank you for this opportunity, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Oh, thank you, Stacey. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Ashley Coffey, and I'm the Accessible Emerging Technologies Lead at the Partnership on Employment and Accessible Technologies, also known as PEAT. Our mission is to foster collaborations in the technology space to build inclusive workplaces for people with disabilities. Our vision is a future where new and emerging technologies are accessible to the workforce by design. I'm so excited to be presenting with my friend Meryl Evans today. Meryl, over to you.
Thanks, Ashley. Howdy, y'all. My name is Meryl Evans. I am a professional speaker, trainer, and consultant on accessibility and inclusion for people with disabilities. Back to you, Ashley.
Thanks, Meryl. Today, we're going to talk about mental health at work and the ways that immersive technologies, such as virtual reality, are being offered to employees to address mental health and improve equity and inclusion in the workplace.
We share our own perspectives that are informed by our lived experiences and practical examples that can help advance employer diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility efforts. Let's dive in.
Yes. In today's hybrid workplaces, it is increasingly important to ensure that mental health is a priority for all employees. And immersive technologies like virtual reality are offering new ways to address mental health and improve equity and inclusion in the workplace. And in fact, virtual reality was something that I used to navigate an episode of depression. And by using this application, I was able to focus on verbal meditation and reactive visual stimulation based on my voice. I was able to practice daily calming techniques, which were very helpful, and join my friends across the world and even join a weekly support group. So, when it comes to XR, there are many possibilities that go beyond entertainment.
Employers should understand the many ways they can support the mental health of their employees, from virtual support groups to stress relieving activities. XR can create new and healthy ways for employees who may find remote work isolating. As many employers are searching for new ways to engage and support employees, some are beginning to turn to XR tools. While these applications of XR are exciting, it is critical to remember that each tool and experience must be accessible for all in order to be successful. For example, there should be multiple ways to communicate when you're in a virtual environment. One time, Ashley and I were collaborating in an immersive environment. I felt trapped because there was no way to communicate. Then I came up with a workaround. By the way, accessibility should not require workaround. The environment has sticky notes. We used it to communicate. Months later, the environment finally added a chat box. This is a good example of why it's important to include people with disabilities in the co-creation of immersive experience. Ashley, I'm glad you found a way to use virtual reality to help you through an episode. I wish I could do the same when I need a mental health break, but there's another barrier. A lot of FR apps are not accessible, or if they are accessible, companies are not sharing that information, and they should. Ashley?
You're so right, Meryl. As companies look at their diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility initiatives, leaders should consider how accessible the technology that they are using in the workplace actually is. Removing barriers for employees with disabilities to thrive in the workplace is critical for employers to succeed in a competitive labor market. Meryl?
The key to practicing intentional inclusion is to include people with disabilities and mental health lived experiences throughout the entire product development process. It may feel overwhelming to get started with accessibility and including people with disabilities. This is why I preach a progress over perfection approach to accessibility and disability inclusion. Take that first step. It doesn't have to be big. Sometimes it'll be small steps, other times it'll be big ones. Progress is not always a straight line. Sometimes you go backwards. The key is to get started and keep moving.
Progress over perfection. If you leave today with one thing, remember that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been talking about innovation and investments in digital wellness and mental health. My name is S.H.E. I'm a general partner at Telosity Ventures, investing in this area and 25 years experience in healthcare, insurtech, consulting, innovation, and startups of my own. You might ask, why mental health and digital wellness? Our rates of depression, anxiety, and stress have risen significantly. And as we've kind of looked at technology, where we're going, there is quite a bit of opportunity. If you look at the average length of the time between first getting your symptoms and then getting the effective treatment, it's 11 years. We can do better than that. And I think when we look at the multiverse and where it is and the opportunities with technology, I think there's a way to disrupt it. Especially when we look at women. Mental illness and mental health for women is on the rise. 1 in 5 women experience a common mental health disorder, where it's anxiety or depression, compared to 1 in 8 men. 75% of mental health issues start before the age of 24. and young women have emerged as the highest risk group for mental illness. So this is a real opportunity. We really can disrupt it, and preventing it, early intervention, diagnosis, and have savings across from healthcare to justice to productivity to companies across the world. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity. As we look at this community, we really think that we could actually innovate. And what happens when we don't have inclusion and innovation, when we don't have women's voices here, when we don't have people of color here? We get into a world where voice recognition doesn't understand our accents, where facial recognition doesn't see darker skin tones, where artificial intelligence, and where we go, poses a threat to our civil rights. So as technology and the metaverse becomes more advanced, we need to be more human and more inclusive. I wanted to share a few facts, and as I'm trying to champion diversity across multiple spectrums, one is that 85% of our VC funding goes to all male teams. 2.2% of VC funding goes to women-led teams. So we can really disrupt that from that standpoint. If we also look at our investors, we need to diversify our investors. 5% of women are VCs. I want to increase that. And as we look at female partners are 3 times more likely to fund female CEOs and startups. So this is a way to kind of diversify from multiple sides, from investors to investments to founders to innovators from that. And you might ask why. If we have more inclusion, we'll have more innovation, and if we can have more investment in this area, we'll have greater impact. Studies show if we have more varied background and experiences, it leads to better business success, more innovative products, more resilience in this time of market disruption, more market share growth, new markets. We'll have more ideas to draw on, retain and attract talent. So many ways to look at it. So I want all of us to be wonderful at pitching ourselves, to be our best advocates from that, to be clear and concise, to be compelling and credible, and to have it be a conversation. So next time you're thinking about pitching to someone, put yourself in their shoes. Tell your story and stand out. Thank you for your
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, everybody.
So
Good
I would like to
night.
thank. Good night. Oh yes, yes. I'm from California, so we're just beginning our day here. So I would like to thank everyone, Christopher and the GatherVerse team, and this dynamic group of women that are here. And we will be discussing bias and discrimination in technology. So let's start by introducing ourselves alphabetically. So Alicia, would you like to begin?
My name is Alicia or Alicia. It really is diverse depending on which language you speak, and I'm welcoming that. And so I am the founder of S.H.E Creative. We are a group of ethnobotanists and digital dreamers who exist at the intersection of organic and digital technology. And what I do is design research and strategy and also develop immersive experiences for education and public interaction. Thank you. Oh, Rez, I think you're muted.
Deborah, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. I'm Deborah Thompson. I am president and founder of One Health Lessons. We are a nonprofit that inspires children and adults around the world to value the connection between our health and the health of the environment, animals, and plants. And we do that by using high quality education through technology.
Ms. Pinto, would you like to go next? Oh, I think you're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Wait. I think you're muted. There we go.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Perfect. Hello, I'm Binta, director in technology data and founder of Circle Digital Art Technology, a Ikigai project. We are content creator in digital metaverse, and our passion is to metatherapy is to create some kind of well-being style with art. We are using mathematics combined to artificial intelligence to make some well-being product to people and to relax them, stress, anxiety, overall. I think that's all.
Amelie, welcome. Sorry.
Hello,
Would you like to
nice
introduce
to meet
yourself?
you, everybody. So I'm Amélie. Yes, marketing manager. I work with different brands to help them to shift from Web 2 to Web 3 and to understand how the social media ecosystem works and how can we improve through technology and, of course, metaverse and inclusivity.
Emily?
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm the creator of It'll Be Alright. My work is founded on inspiring the individual and empowering the individual to tackle collective issues. My research and work looks at the connectivity between algorithmic bias and subconscious bias and looking at how the decisions of programmers are influencing the recommendations put forward to users.
And Miss Jess.
Hey, I'm Jess Friday. I'm autistic and I have ADHD, and I work with other neurodivergent people through a company called Village, where we sort of cooperate in order to overcome inherent systemic discrimination against us and our invisible disability. And so I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Lynn.
Hi guys, my name is Lynn Getao. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, GatherVerse. So I'm the founder, Metaversations, and I'm also the founding member, African Meta Club. what we do is educate the African continent about the metaverse, as well as give immersive experiences. And our main goal is to preserve the African culture and tradition in the metaverse for generations and generations to come. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Rose, and I am the Africa Director for GatherVerse. I also work in social services, and I do assist the disabled and the mentally ill. And prior to that, I was in sales and marketing roles for large companies, and I was also in education. So before I begin, I wanted to bring some awareness, and this has to do with a study that I embarked on by MSP Radio, which published in their diversity report that only 21% of the women in tech business, 1.8% Black, 8.6% all other, and 89% white male. So I think this is the best way to segue into our first question, which is, how has technology played perpetuating and amplifying bias and discrimination in society? And we also want to include in that not just the perpetuation of existing biases, but also touch on artificial intelligence algorithms. All right, so who would like to start that? Alicia. You're on mute.
Okay, there we go. I was hitting it and it was just frozen a little bit, but we're back in the game. So, I think where we're at is digital technology can only mirror what we already know. And it's kind of this feedback loop right now where we're starting to see AI become more ubiquitous, right? User-friendly. We're seeing AI being developed and created, just in the public sphere. So we're getting to see this in real time. And I think as all of us here can probably attest, when we go about our lives, we see that 89, we're surrounded by that 89% of, our male counterparts, and we feel the gravity of that discrimination and bias, and we still persevere through it. So, I think that that's where we're at right now. And, while tools like AI and machine learning are novel, they're really only amplifying these effects of bias and discrimination right now. And so this is why we're all here, right? So because we're saying we're paying attention and we're noting this, and we need to kind of remedy and kind of figure this out before it starts to also replicate in the virtual space that just dominance of the white male culture.
Binta, would you like to add to that as far as your experience in business side?
Do you hear me? Do you hear me? It's okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, on business side, if can I started before, we talk about bias, discrimination. I mean, this part is depend of perception. Bias depend of people perception, and each of us are different. And this is our world, if can I say that, make our world so rich and complex. And it's the same vision when we are in an organization, because we cannot find in general two people who can, see the world in the quick same way, and we are trying, to don't reproduce, okay, bias, because if you take the past generation, the generation, we are a lot of limitation as human. We are not perfect, okay. And in organization vision, in global vision, today they are trying, to build, okay, some kind of analytical methodic, can I say that? Based on machine learning, it is a behavioral analytic, mathematics scientific method, okay, to try to know the user and the user intention, okay, some kind of prediction, okay, and to build today or design a technology or an application, company in general try to target, okay, customer or end user needed or expectation before to build, okay, and to propose the good product. Is depend of the strategy of the company and vision to propose a product, okay, a diversified product, or if you want, okay, or to try to similar just a group, okay, is depend in general, and we are trying in general to working in this part and to try to find some equity, okay, but the most important thing is the problem, or the problem don't come from algorithm or artificial intelligence, because it's human who is building that, and we are working on ways to don't reproduce, because with globalization we are asking of a lot of data in technology information. We can access to a lot of culture, try to know different customer, okay, and this new method of analytical compartmental, this part to trying to, okay, find some perceivable intention for the user. It is, for me, I think, it is a revolution, but we need time, okay, in technology to, to explore, because it's a new way. A lot of companies using that to transform their product and to target a new customer, but it's a new way. We need to explore more. I think that is.
Thank you. And Jess, yes, you mentioned you had autism. Please add to this conversation.
Yeah. This is well, we can leave that part out for right now, but I want to speak to what Alicia and Binta were saying, which is just to reflect back that it is really not technology. Technology is a tool, it's people. And Binta, you were talking about the drive to, basically capitalism. And I just wanted to point out that the human behavior, when we look for these solutions to this huge imbalance we have in our world, the problems, just like the statistics you mentioned, Rose, are just mind-blowingly sad what that power imbalance is, and it can feel disempowering to look at it. But when you look at neuroscience and psychology and how people actually work, we can start to form solutions, because it's actually really simple. People operate 95% on subconscious autopilot. I mean, no, if you didn't hear that statistics before, it's absolutely mind-blowing, but you can forgive yourself a lot for all those New Year's resolutions that you didn't keep. Because once you're in a habit, you tend to stay in it. It's inertia, right? And that's how these systems work as well. Okay, so what drives these automatic behaviors? So everything is actually subconsciously a kind of strategy to get your needs met. Okay, basic needs, we can think of Maslow's hierarchy. Think of food and shelter. Those are your basic things. When you don't have those things, it's painful, which motivates you to do whatever you can to get those needs met. And there are all sorts of emotional needs too, and you can go into it. But when we look at it, it's really all to achieve a sense of safety. Okay, you've got your meal, you've got food stored up, you know where your next meal is coming from, you feel safe.
and who creates the safety for us, we don't really think in scale and systems. We think in personal relationships, and that's the communities we grow up with, the communities we grow attachments to, which are usually people like us. And who has been in power is cishet white males and the providers. And so they want to feel safe. When you have this hierarchical system where there's a perceived limited amount of resources, these guys, hey, we need to have our good jobs, and then they're going to teach their kids to have a good job so their kids can support them when they get older, and they're keeping that community in power subconsciously. And it perpetuates. And that's how they get their needs met, and by suppressing everyone else. Well, you know, that then seems like, okay, it's part of the system, it's automatic. How can we find solutions? But there are women are half of the world, right? And we need our needs met too. And just because it's been out of balance, that doesn't mean we can't work together in solidarity with our community, our communities coalescing to get people's needs met. There are tons of people we are marginalized in a ton of ways, not just as women, but I'm neurodivergent, I'm marginalized that way, you're marginalized based on race, socioeconomic standing, class, sexuality. All of those things marginalize you, but those are all things that we can come together in solidarity under to get our needs met outside of these systems and create new systems that people will say, hey, I can get my needs met over here too, and I'm supporting these people that are part of a marginalized community, my community, let's work together, that kind of thing. So I think that's where those solutions ultimately will come from.
Yeah, Jess, I very much agree with you there. We've spoken separately beforehand, and I think we have a lot that we agree on. When it comes to algorithmic bias, I kind of think of it as a digitized version of subconscious bias. So as long as there are humans involved, the same issues that come with being a human are going to be perpetuated through the technology. So, if you think about the way subconscious bias influences our everyday life, well, the issue is we don't really think about it. It's subconscious. We don't know it's there. So how do we combat something that we don't really know exists? And I think on an individual level, it starts with just bringing awareness to yourself and bringing awareness to the thought processes and bringing awareness to what is reactive in your mind. When you see a certain something, how does it make you feel? How does it make you think? And then from a collective perspective, it's really about securing those essential resources so that we all have a stable platform to live off of. It's the issue of survivalism. I feel like this hierarchy that we live in was established so long ago, but it is through our subconscious habits that we perpetuate the legacy of our ancestors and therefore maintain this hierarchical status quo. So if we want to reach a point where we can effectively address our subconscious biases and therefore address algorithmic bias in tandem, we first need to set a platform for everyone to stand on. I was talking to Rose and Jess about this previously, but I like to think of it in terms of physics, where every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And if you are to have a system where you have to pay to live, there has to be people that can't afford it. That's just what you need to maintain that balance. So unfortunately, we have a system that's designed by cis white men historically to create a shift so that certain groups of people are more or less likely to be able to afford to live and therefore to be able to afford your rights. Because I feel that we don't really have rights, and it's not a guarantee, but we have a principle of rights that you can work for. you can earn it. You know, if you want healthy food, you have to work for it to get income so you can pay for it. But the right to have healthy food is something you have to earn. So I think that if we want to address the issues of algorithmic bias, we first need to address our subconscious biases by making sure that everyone just has the basics they need to live, because then we can be encouraging and empowering people from all walks of life to get the education that they need so that they can more effectively contribute to the production of the metaverse.
Great. Well, even with these numbers that I even saw today and I shared with you, what do you think that companies can do today? What the male white dominance can do today to change this and dismantle the system? You did bring, going back to the basics, but these numbers are out there for everyone to see. Like, a lot of companies take that responsibility of environmental contribution, right? That approach, I would hope, trickle into this, especially if this is something that's global. These numbers just don't come from the US. These numbers mirror what's going on globally. So anyone want to respond to that?
A global perspective after these 2 years of pandemic. And most of the company, they decide to hire like VP or diversity and inclusion manager, right? That's okay. But in that sense, there is a lot of VP of diversity who decide to quit their job because they can't handle the pressure for the whole company, for the whole employees. And they don't have a lot of perspective to achieve their goals when they are inside of the company. Meaning that they don't have budgets to work on relevant projects. They don't have support for the C-suite people. It can be the chief operation officer, it can be the CEO, it can be everywhere, everybody. And they don't have a lot of support from their team. So I think it's not a real solution. It's just a marketing aspect of the situation. But the reality is that the company, they need to refocus to the right people. They need to address a message to the right people. And they also need to invest in their team, because we just talk about technology in general. We talk about products. We build products. We build strong value, but we don't build purpose. That is the biggest problem in general. So for the global company, they need to, my point of view is that they need to refocus to people, because they just talk about the marketing aspect, about the diversity, inclusion, but they don't focus on people. And that is the big lack in my point of view.
Great point. Yes, Lynn.
Yeah, so maybe to add on to that, I think this is, as Emily said, it has been a system that has been programmed for the longest time. So finding a solution to will only not be a 1-minute thing or a quick thing. It will also take time. We have to understand things that are really deep rooted into our minds, that are already strongholds. It's so hard to break them down. So it will also take time. And I'm glad that we're having conversations like this, because these are the major steps that we're taking to pull down these kind of strongholds that we found that they were built by our ancestors. And also, we should also acknowledge this thing is there. A lot of people don't acknowledge. A lot of companies, they see the statistics and everything, but they don't acknowledge. They say, wow, that is terrible. But taking the responsibility of saying, wow, we have realized that this company, blah, 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 we haven't been doing this, we haven't been doing that. Our year's goal, maybe for this year, is to maybe include this certain type of people, is maybe to make measures to train more people from the marginalized communities. Such kind of small steps, we don't ask them to just do it at once. Let's just make baby steps, one by one. And then we can also teach our next generation. It's upon us to not let our next generation inherit what we inherited. So we have to take responsibilities as mothers, as parents. Learn to teach your kids, as small as they are. This is how the world should work. They shouldn't learn from the world itself, because the world is already corrupt. So it's up to us as nurturers, as people who already know what is happening, to start the baby steps to teach the young generation as well. So that when it comes to maybe 50 years to come, 30 years to go, when they're already adults and they're the ones who will be running the companies, they already now have a good foundation to do it and include anyone. Yeah, thank you.
I do, yes. Yes. Jess, did you want to add to that? Yes.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to add to Lynn's, because I can give an example of something like actionable that we can do. And the story involves two cis white males, but still we can apply it to our marginalized groups too. So yeah, so everything looks like so big and insurmountable as far as a system, but little actions. Here's an example of one. Okay, so this guy, Ben Whittle, has dyslexia. He's also a contractor. And this went viral on Twitter, actually, so you can look it up, Danny Richmond and Ben Whittle. Anyway, so he struggles with literacy skills as far as writing emails and contracts, things like that, because of the dyslexia. And we all have this implicit bias. When you look at a piece of marketing or something, and something is misspelled, a lot of us are kind of grammar Nazis. We think, well, this is not very professional, right? And we all have that. Well, the same thing happens. This guy's he's really good at what he does. He wants to make a business, but when people get his emails, they don't want to do business with him because they think he's not professional. Well, he did a job for Danny Richmond, and they became friends. He obviously did a good job, because Danny Richmond was willing to be forgiving of this dyslexia, apparently, overcame that. Well, Danny became his mentor, and Danny happens to be a tech guy. And he looked at, okay, well, this guy's good at what he does, but he's not getting his needs met here. I'm a friend. I can help. I'm going to take 15 minutes for him to link ChatGPT to Zapier, to write Ben's emails for him, to rephrase it so it sounded professional. There were no spelling errors. And this ended up landing Ben like over 200,000 pounds in contracts after this. And now, the last I heard, they're going to make this into an app so a ton of people can benefit. And this just exploded. And again, it took Danny Richmond 15 minutes to do with the skills he had. He just saw someone whose needs weren't getting met. He looked at his skills, said, I can help. It's as simple as that. And it's huge.
Thanks for sharing that story. Nice. In a previous conversation, Binta had mentioned something that's very important, and that was safety. The more we are pushing towards technology, our safety is being compromised. And part of that group that's susceptible to that are the elderly and the youth. So can you kind of please further go into that piece of it that you mentioned, Binta? You're on mute.
It's okay now. Perfect. Okay, to protect some people because with internet, with digital, it's very complicated to to company to do the same time the job, to propose the product, but on the same time to protect people and to protect their system. Okay, and you mentioned, for example, the fact to have, for example, a job if you have some kind of dyslexia handicap. Okay, for example, in Europe we have a lot of, can I say, a law who can protect some minority, okay, and who, okay, obligate the company to offer a job, okay, to some minority. Several company, big companies, in general, big company, sign a regulation to make their company diversity inclusive, okay? And in data privacy part, we have, for example, the GDPR who protect, okay, people, personal data, but also in the company when we are recruiting some people, if there is some personal information and the people don't want to provide, or we can discriminate the people, we can in general make this data in the company private to forward some kind of mistake, for example, with, I don't know, with colleagues, because sometimes some handicap is not visible on the AA, and it is not all the time people has the chance to get a job in, for example, a big company. And very different law, for example, here in Europe, in general, there is a GDPR protect people data. I think in California, you have a CCAC. For example, it is a California Consumer Privacy Act. I remember that, who can protect also people data. Because today, if, for example, all of us receive already different email, different, okay, on our smartphone, also try to, okay, to usurpate identity, try to make some fraudulence, okay? And on the same time, we people in security IT, in general, they are using artificial intelligence, machine learning to track this. On the same time, these people will try to access to your data, and it means it is a, can I say, a funny battle, okay, between two parties. And in general, we are trying, company are trying to protect people data and some minority. I want this can be global, okay, in the all the world, okay, because there is a lot of country we cannot access that, okay. But if in general stakeholder can take decision to make more and more, because as I said previously, in technology we have different culture, different people coming from different country, and these people need to work together to propose a product for a diversity, or okay. And stakeholders need to understand, as I say, people have their own bias and limitation, and we need to have more tolerance, more compassion, to try to understand and to, forward our own mistake, our own bias and limitation, and to try to propose to the next generation something we can reflect the reality of our world. Okay.
Thank you. You touched on empathy, which is very, very important, especially when it comes to inclusion. And so let's go into social media platforms and how can we use them to contribute in spreading the bias that's currently going on, that has been going on. Emily, you want to touch on that?
Yeah, I can talk about that. Obviously with social media, we know that there are recommendation algorithms that are designed to provide us with more content that is reflective of our history. So we have these programs that look at what we have done and then try to offer us things that it thinks that we will like. Which is great, but there are obviously problems with that. And part of that is these feedback loops, where you have the programmers constantly recommending you similar things, for example, and then this will then overtake the majority of the content that you're seeing. So this can then lead to sort of parallel loops in your mind where you have the same ideas, the same content, and the same visuals and same images that are constantly being shown to you, but in a slightly different way. So when you see it, you might think, oh, this is new, this is exciting, but it's actually the same base idea presented in a different way. And this can then lead to what I call concentrated thinking, or like a narrow mindset, or even extremist thinking, where you're constantly being shown the same things. And because of humans, because we are survivalist beings at this point, we are constantly needing to be aware of threats because we need to protect ourselves. So the news is a really great example of an industry that takes advantage of this, where we are shown things that are scary and things that are dangerous because we're like, oh, we need to see that because we need to know if this is something that's going to affect me and affect the people that I love. But the problem with this is it can lead to negative mindsets where you're constantly aware and constantly being shown some of the really bad things that are happening in the world. So we were talking a little bit about COVID. And how constantly being shown some of the really worst things that were happening in COVID when we're in isolation. This can lead to that negative mindset, but we aren't necessarily being shown, or we weren't necessarily being shown all the amazing things that individuals in the community were doing to support each other. I was the manager of a grocery store at the time, so I got to see how the community really came together to provide help for those that did not have access to basic resources. And when it comes to the way these loops can flood your content with certain ideas, we've seen how this has had an impact on our election results in the last few years, and we know that individuals that do not have appropriate education in how the internet works and how to do healthy, balanced searches are more susceptible to being manipulated into making a decision that they think is their own, but it's actually being steered by these algorithms that are just giving you the same content in a different format. So if we want to move forwards from this, it starts with, again, bringing that awareness to what is happening. And if you start seeing patterns in the content that you're seeing online, just taking a moment, okay, why am I seeing more of this? And what can I do? What can I search that will give me the opposite, so that I can bring some awareness to alternative perspectives rather than just getting honed in on one particular ideal.
Anyone, feel free to jump in on this.
I feel like, yeah, I feel like what you're saying, Emily, like really struck with, becoming narrow-minded. Narrow-mindedness is, it is a biological feedback that every human being who's engaging with tech regularly, we're having our neural pathways hardened into these regular, channels that we're constantly engaging with. Typically, this is a progression over time. As we age, our neural pathways are becoming hardened, and it is totally a survival trait, right? If that one tree is providing fruit, then you take care of that tree and your fruit tree will give you an abundant life, right? And so you start to build that relationship over time. And what we're seeing now is folks who are really 3 years old and up are engaging with technology and tech platforms regularly. So we're seeing younger generations having these narrow-minded inclinations and really just kind of focusing in on those fight or flight responses. This is where I really like to bring in that organic technology. So organic technology, I think our brain is organic technology. I think everything in nature that we can interact with, that we create a symbiosis with, that's organic technology. And I see there's a lot of opportunity, especially in the social media space, to really learn from those systems of nature. But then also one thing that I have hope for the immediate future is access to our own data. Because imagine if you could personally see all of the activities which are creating bias or discrimination. If you could physically get that feedback and read, or even have something that is in your environment, maybe if you're being a positive person contributing to a healthy lifestyle, your plant grows, right? Your fruit tree blossoms. And if you're being kind of, focusing into these doom and gloom, or even further being a nefarious actor in the digital space, then those consequences kind of come back. But you can see that digital feedback. And, this is where I see that there's real opportunity in this social space, especially when we're looking at data too.
Yes. Go ahead, Lee.
Okay, so on social media, well, for me, that is such a huge topic actually, because I have experienced the good and the bad of social media, and we all have. So when it comes to social media, I have a background in mass media, communications, public relations, publicity. That was my career before I joined tech. And social media is the new media, is the new TV, is a new channel for communication to a lot of people. And with all that has transpired to all these, we have seen, personally, I have seen a lot of bias when it comes to how negative news are reported on social media. And there is this aspect of power dynamic. I remember just mentioning it. The one with the numbers, the one with the biggest numbers gets to control what is being shown out there because of algorithms. They favor people with big numbers. The more the followers you are, the more the blue ticks you have in your social media accounts, the more influential you have. We even now have a name for people who are influential in social media. We now call them influencers, and they all have blue ticks, and you will see them every time they post. They have this massive number of people commenting, liking. The more people are active on their posts, the more it goes viral. So what if this particular influencer posts something that is biased, an information that is not verified, you cannot account for, and it cannot be traced? Is it true or not? What if this person does that? It will spread virally. And the truth, sometimes, majority of the times, the truth is not said on social media. I have seen news about my continent and the places we live, the things that have been reported by mainstream media on their social media handles. And sometimes I'm like, what? Me? Is this really happening here? You are in the same location. You're like, me? What? And whatever the world is thinking about you, it's not what is happening on ground. And for me, who knows the truth, I don't have so much influence on social media, so I can just put out my opinion and say, hi guys, this is not the situation. This is just a bias or something that just happened for a minute, and it blew out of proportion. So when it comes to social media, the power also lies on the one who has the largest numbers of followers, or the ones who have the biggest following or influence. And for such kind of people, it is really important to be very empathetic. When you're posting something, when you're spreading a certain news, it's very important to verify, even just fact check from the people even who are there. Is it true? Is this information true? And employ empathy. Would you like your story to be posted the way you're posting other people's story? Would you like you yourself being depicted the way you are depicting other people's stories? We have seen a lot of very obscene images on social media, and they're not really impressive. It's not something that you'd like to show your kid, not something that you'd like to show your parents or someone around you, because they're very obscene. They have trauma, and all these kind of things. You'll see them trending. At the end of the day, you'll see them trending, which is not really quite very ethical, I would say. Yeah.
Sorry, unmute. So, Amelie, would you like to add to that as far as the empowerment and uplifting marginalized communities and how organizations you feel can help and contribute to that? Amelie?
Oh, me? I was thinking that
Yes.
it's Emily. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think in global perspective, social media can address so many things because you don't have barriers. You can talk to everybody in general in the world. But when it comes to platform, they need to rethink, reshape, and reorganize their brand purpose, I want to say, because most of the time they just want to be trendy and to jump in the new platform that they decide to address or target because this is something new. For example, like when TikTok came in general in the technology ecosystem, there is so many brands who didn't have any specific interest to jump into the platform. But finally, right now is one of the biggest social media platform, even more than Instagram or Messenger or WhatsApp. It's pretty big. So we don't need to be everywhere. We just need to be where our audience are present and relevant to address the right product to the right audience. Because at the end of the day, you need to sell. And social media deserve to sell the right product.
So Lynn, when you brought up verifiable information, and when I was in education, we were even teaching students how to verify information differently. When I was coming up, we had encyclopedias, periodicals, and books. Now it's pretty much at the palm of your hand, right? First thing you do, Google. So part of the teaching now that I've seen in the classroom is when you are researching, you should be looking for things that say .org or .edu because the kids assume that whatever they Google and whatever comes up is the correct answer. And as we do kind of know, a lot of the algorithms or the popularity, everything that goes into it, into that is what goes first rather than the verifiable information, the correct information. And so even in education, as I mentioned, has definitely changed as far as how teachers are teaching the children on how to make sure they're getting the right information.
I have a little thing to add that just came up for me from what you were saying, Rose. I used to teach design thinking at the university here. And one thing that I would always encourage, specifically when it was 2020, 2021, and all of the students became remote learning students. And one thing that was really beneficial about that is that we could really access primary sources of research. So people can now reach out and personally access experts in the field. So there's less speculation about what research you bring in. You can actually go and email a reporter or the head of a company or head of an activist group and talk to them. And most of the time, people will be open to communicating with students and facilitating those interactions. So I always encourage people to go to the source, because we have this way of connecting to a vast group of people all around the world.
So great examples of getting rid of that barrier and bridging to others, right? And reaching out to them. And let's take that as far as just identifying the differences and how our differences we can actually use when it comes to technology in a good way. Because I really believe we need to do something as far as shifting those numbers. I'm still like taken back when I saw that and what we can do, especially since we're a huge representation as far as buyers, right? Learners, all of these things. And so as Lynn and everyone's mentioned, this is a great platform. And, you know, what do we do next? So we mentioned technology and educating, raising awareness about discrimination and bias. So let's kind of even go back to the accountability part, social media. How can we hold it? Because even in social media, we're part of that, right? You can't just put that all on the companies and corporations. Anyone want to take that on?
Yeah, I can say something. I guess it comes back to empowering individuals to use their voices and to speak out if you see something that is incorrect, and creating a safe space so that everybody can come forward with their perspectives. Because obviously bias has the impact that it does have when we rely on a limited perspective. You know, the beauty of our diversity is that we each have a unique perspective. And if we can combine all of our perspectives, we can have a much clearer image of reality and what is actually going on. So if we want to create a system, whether it's a social system or a digital system, where we can limit the amount of bias that's having a skewed impact on what we do and what we think and what we say, I think we need to, you know, establish some kind of series of checks and balances where we can empower as many individuals as possible to feel confident speaking out when they see something that's incorrect. You know, if you have a society of people where they do not feel safe putting their hands up and saying this is wrong, which is unfortunately the case for a lot of people right now. You know, if you're in a job or something and your boss says something that is racist or sexist or discriminatory in any way, but you might not feel safe raising your hand and saying, actually, that's not right, that's incorrect, or that is immoral, because your life could be on the line, because you could lose your job, you know, or you can jeopardize your position, you can jeopardize your authority in your position. So this again comes back to resources and providing the basic needs, where if you as an individual will be protected, if you have what you need to survive, then this empowers you as an employee to be able to speak out and say that something is incorrect, because you know that if anything goes wrong and for some reason you're forced to leave your position, you can do so safely, and you will be able to provide the basic needs to your family. So I think when it comes to, you know, social media and the user perspective, it's obviously hard when it comes to the internet, because there's so many of us. So how do we filter through that to find the right voices? And then who gets to decide whose voices are the most important? Is it the people with the most followers? We don't know, not necessarily. That comes back to that same point that you made, Lynn. So for me, I don't have all the answers to everything, but I think it all comes back to empowering the individuals to speak out and providing them with the safety net that they need to be honest about their perspective.
Yes, there is a term that I never knew about, which neurodivergence, that Jess brought up. If you can kind of a little bit expand on that for me, please.
Neurodivergence just means that we are wired differently. Typically, it is ADHD or autism are two of the big ones that separate us. I just wanted to expand on what Emily said just a little bit about that empowerment. So we kind of, and actually this is a great segue because the neuromajority, neurotypicals, have built the world and the systems that we are currently living under as the majority. And this is a source of much suffering for neurodivergent people who, with that invisible disability, like a social interaction, it's just like the dyslexia thing. People discriminate you without even knowing they're discriminating. And so this is a product of the system. No one is doing it intentionally. We're all trying to meet our needs. But I would even say, not so much as holding this current system accountable, you know, what movement through history has happened, has created real systems change by petitioning the oppressive force, the oppressive system. It has never happened. What we need to do is to empower people to build new systems that meet the needs of marginalized people, of women, of people of color, of neurodivergent people, of disabled people, queer people, people who are just in a poor socioeconomic status as actually one of those things. And this is how social movements start. Start there, creating something new, meeting the needs of people who are discriminated against and oppressed.
Well, I want to say thank you, ladies, and thanks for everyone who joined us. And I want to leave us with this quote from Maya Angelou. I learned that people will forget what you said. People will never forget how you made them feel. So may our gather be well, and thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. I am so excited to be before you here at the Superhero Engine. My name is Diane Tucker, and I am truly honored to be able to share my story, or rather my journey on how I got to where I am today, as well as the work I'm doing right now to be able to improve lives globally. I apologize for having on the shades. I will go into detail on why I have those in my segment. My mother bought me a Logitech computer when I was 9 years old, and I taught myself how to code DOS, and I have been hooked ever since. During middle school and high school, I took electives such as coding. I did animation, accounting, and even ceramics to really pull on that creative side that I have. Teachers saw something in me in high school and really mentored me and encouraged me to do certain activities, to take up certain skills, and even join a group called the Future Business Leaders of America. When I was 15 and 16, I wasn't thinking about having my own company, but looking back on just how people shaped and molded me, even in my young years, I am truly thankful. I have been dealing with severe pain since I was a young girl. It was so bad during my college days that I had to drop out of college twice while I was trying to get my bachelor's degree. I did manage to get 2 associate's degrees, one in business administration and one in computer information systems. But every time I was trying to get my bachelor's, after about a year or so, I had to stop because of how pain was, because I was working full-time and going to school full-time and just couldn't do both. In 2005, I had a pineal cyst craniotomy, which is a fancy way of saying I had a brain surgery. The neurologist at the time had said I had a cyst on the brain that was causing pressure and that we needed to remove it, and then that would take away the pain. Unfortunately, brain surgery caused more problems than it fixed. I woke up after brain surgery and could not make out anything in front of me. I could see light and shapes, but that was about it. I had never broken a bone or had surgery before, so I just thought it was the anesthesia and that it would wear off. So later on that night, when I woke up in the ICU and I was fully coherent, I realized I couldn't see. And I was thankful my father was sitting next to me at the time because it shook me to my core. And I just remember repeating, I can't see, I can't see. It took 3 months for my vision to line up straight. So if pain's not off the chart and I'm looking straight ahead, I see one. Looking around, tilting my head, I see two, but it's nowhere near what it was before. Also, my eyes don't contract too light. So with all the lights in my face for speaking, I needed to put the shades on, so I apologize for that. But even after brain surgery, it was discovered I had something called IIH, which is too much fluid on the brain. And there's a vein in the brain that's 96% compressed, backing up fluid. And so at the age of 24, I had brain surgery. At the age of 26, I had to stop working the 9 to 5. But I always had people that would show me I was valuable, even though at times in my mind, I'm figuring I'm not enough or not doing enough, but I was still making a difference in businesses. And so the company I was working for at the time, even though I had to stop working, they kept me on my medical insurance for 2 years as an employee, as if I was still an employee, while I fought for permanent disability. And it's people like that that really just showed me that, Diane, you're worth something. Diane, you are valuable to us. And they would prove it in their actions. And even though I had to deal with personal obstacles and still deal with it to this day, I'm glad that I have those in my corner that really keep me pushing to go further. To this day, I still have to deal with those that think the disability is a hindrance for me in being able to make a difference or being a value add. I cannot tell you how many times I have heard the words, well, I need you better before I can use you. But it's their loss. I have partnered with some amazing individuals and built some awesome companies with people who know that my 20% capacity can trump others' 100% capacity on any day. And those were their words, not mine. Also, I had to deal with being in my 20s and 30s and helping those in their 50s and 60s launch their businesses and had to fight to have my voice be heard. Other times they recognize what I brought to the table, but then would belittle me or downplay it. I even had one man tell me that he was doing me a favor by giving me the opportunity to build his company. Otherwise, I'd just be home wasting my time watching Oprah. So it's different things like that that have helped me develop tough skin and allow words like that just to roll off. Another thing is being burned in business deals and not getting paid for what I did or helping businesses launch. But I had to let go of that and not let that hinder me from being successful. I can now say today, even dealing with pain, even having to make a decision on whether or not to put in a stent, I am the COO of 3 companies in the renewable energy and agriculture space in Massachusetts, the CEO of tech company in Texas, and the CEO of an ed tech company in California, and now the founder and CEO of a nonprofit called IF. Not everyone has had the mentors or teachers to take them under their wings and guide them on what they should do or what they should learn to reach their success. And I just want to say a big thank you to Mrs. Police, Gina Williams, Dr. Eileen Beshian, Dr. Terry Franson, and Brad Wetscott. These are just a few teachers, deans, and business owners who helped shape and mold me into the successful superhero that I am today. And I want to be that for other people on a grander scale. I have seen too many obstacles and roadblocks for those who want to launch their business, create a go-to-market detailed launch plan, or even get funded. And instead of leaving people in the dark trying to find piecemeal solutions all over, I created the Impact Innovation Foundation, or IF for short. IF is a public nonprofit that really and truly believes that innovation, well, the innovation of one person can really change the lives of millions that you want to bring to fruition. Or maybe you have a business that you've been struggling with to get out to market. At IF, we've broken down our operations into 3 programs to act as a stepping stone to reaching success in launching a startup and preparing for substantial investors. Our education program runs 4 times a year. It is a live virtual interactive course that runs for 12 weeks, where individuals will be building the pieces of their business based on the weekly roadmap we have laid out. This is intended for those who are looking to launch a for-profit company, or those who have recently launched their business or in need of some direction. At the end of the course, each person will have their business mapped out in a detailed business plan. Our business fellowship runs 2 times a year. It's a 6-month intensive fellowship for our startup leaders. You have to either have a business plan or have gone through our education program to be able to apply to get in it. And so within the fellowship, we have intimate virtual training sessions, one-on-one guided support sessions, really hard, heavy working sessions, and peer brainstorming sessions across several different startups and access to our global community. At the end of the fellowship, businesses walk away with a 12-month startup launch packet that is customized to their own business on what they need to do every week and every month for the first 12 or 26 months. It's one thing to be able to mentor someone, to educate them on what to do, but our third and final program and stepping stone is the Innovation Fund and Research Program, where we now have the ability to be able to help those with early stage funding, whether it's grants, no interest loans, or investments, to really start to gain traction, to go out and test their model and be able to get the data that they need to prove to larger investors that they aren't a risk and that their idea and product works. Those that go through the Innovation Fund after a certain amount is received are matched with a research team to actually measure what the work being done, to measure the impact that they are making. Thank you for listening. I hope something was said today to confirm what you know deep down, that you are truly valuable and can achieve your goals, that you are a superhero in your own right with your own story. To learn more about me, my journey, and the work I am doing, or if you wish to connect, please go to dianentucker.com. Enjoy the rest of the Superhero Engine, and thank you.
Hello, hello. Welcome all. Amazing.
Hello.
Great to see you. Some known faces. I think that we're almost complete. well, we're already going to start.
We're missing Laura.
Yeah, I see. But I thought she was in the backstage earlier, but okay. She will jump in. We can already start with introductions. Happy to hear from each of you. Just 1 minute each, where you present yourself and what you're doing, so that we all know where to start. Lizzie, please.
Well, I'm a publicist, and basically what I do is turn people on to the different projects that are happening in our space. And I don't have to tell you that every day our space becomes more and more popular, and more projects need my help. And I am so happy to be living the dream where I take XR projects into the mainstream and get people turned on to the beautiful work that we all do here.
Amazing. So great. I just received a message from Laura at the same time. They will help us in the back office, backstage, to help her get in. It's an amazing job you're doing. And by the way, when on LinkedIn, you have the dolphins behind your names. And I also see behind you.
Sharks.
Oh, it's the sharks. Okay. So you're a shark.
You have to be aggressive out there, unfortunately, because especially being a publicist, you know, it's not always the first time you knock that you get in. So you have to constantly come in and take little bites until you finally capture your prey. Dun, 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 dun.
We're going to talk about that. Michelle, welcome. I don't know if it's good morning, good evening for you, or something in between.
Day. Good day, right? My name is Michelle, guys. Hi, it's nice to meet you. It's nice to be here. I am a major proponent and advocate for using augmented reality as well as virtual reality to enhance human connection. I've seen the power, especially on the augmented reality side, where we can bridge the physical world with the virtual world in a way that absolutely captivates minds and really impressions upon the heart how awesome each other are, to bring in that relationship, to deepen that relationship. One of my first go-to experiences with this was a young girl who sent a greeting card to her boyfriend at the time, who was a soldier overseas. And when he watched her come alive and start talking to him on the card, he said it just rocked him to his core and made the oceans disappear between the two of them. And so that's kind of pretty much my why, because I was widowed when I was 34, and I actually feel that this is a calling of mine to step in and to provide that gateway for so many who are maybe just never aware that this is even out there, that this could really bring that magic connection that they're looking for. So AR is my game, but VR is also where we're heading for our business, small businesses.
Brilliant.
So that's who I am, and that's what I'm all about.
Love it. I think I should pronounce it Mashor or Namrata. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Good morning. Good evening. It's 12:20 at my end, though. Midnight.
Please introduce yourself.
Sure. Thanks. Hi, I'm Namrata from India. Hello to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you, whichever part of the world you are in. And at my end, it's 12:20 midnight. And I'm very excited to be part of this panel. And first of all, I'm really touched by the work, what my previous speakers spoke about, coming from military and connecting to souls, connecting to people. I mean, that to one who's soldier. I mean, that's an amazing work, Michelle. Thanks so much for that. Being in military and having served in such kind of situations where you are absolutely away from family, you just feel disconnected. So I think VR and AR is doing amazing things in that. So what I'm doing right now, I'm an economist. I journal for socioeconomic affairs globally. I've just completed one of my work in governance, where entrepreneurship is on boom. When we see a lot of inflation going around and so many disrupted things after pandemic has shown us in every part of the world why governance and organizations, entrepreneurship has taken the most important role as a long-term sustainable business. Second, I'm working on the microeconomics of economies of basically for South Africa and for India. And otherwise, I'm a strength finder coach. I am very passionate and I very strongly advocate strengths as these are the innate talents and this is the DNA. And if you identify what is your innate talent, which is aligned with your emotions, which is aligned with your personal core values, you are able to break those patterns of DNA. So that is what profound this model of strength finder is all about, and I'm very very passionate about it, and I'm looking forward for how I can contribute in this wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Alice, welcome.
Thank you very much, Isabel, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm actually based in Nairobi, Kenya. So I'm the founder and CEO of CryptSense Digital Group. So CryptSense is the first digital assets capacity building and management platform in Africa. So our mission and our vision is to empower both individuals and institutions on the entire facets of the digital asset ecosystem. There's a huge gap in Africa, especially when it comes to blockchain, Web3, digital asset management. Many institutions, individuals, startups lack the proper knowledge, the proper technical expertise, the proper partnerships, and even just the basic understanding of how the Web3 ecosystem works. So we build an institution that actually bridges this gap between Web2 companies and the blockchain ecosystem to give institutions a smooth transition as we are building in the new age of the digital revolution of the fourth industrial revolution. So we have a learning management system that is very innovative, the first of its kind in the world. We've actually gotten global recognition. Yeah, we got accelerated in Silicon Valley sometime last year, actually by DraperU. Yeah, so we've gotten a lot of support. Been invited to actually even speak at the World Economic Forum about this new innovation. So it actually bridges the learn to earn and play to earn model, where we incentivize students and we gamified our courses and made it so much fun and interactive. And it's gotten so much traction, and it's really empowered people. So we have traction not just in Africa, but also in the United States, in Europe, and some parts of Asia also. Yeah, so I'm really glad to be here, and it's a pleasure to interact with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and respect. Seriously, this is wow, amazing. Ailida, hi, welcome again. We met first time at European Summit, but I'm so happy to have you again with me in the panel. So please tell the others that haven't seen you yet or haven't met you yet who you are.
Thank you. So I'm super excited to be back with the GatherVerse again. Some of my first talks were on mental health. So our conversation today, humanity at the heart of business, is very near and dear to me for multiple reasons. One, because I've been a female business owner and entrepreneur in the United States for probably about 13 years now, roughly. And I pride myself in the fact of staying privy to the latest and the greatest things in the market. I'm connected with a group of global consultants. I will also say that anybody who has innovative solutions and technology or AI or anything, especially the females that are coming out of the GatherVerse today, please make sure that you have my contact information, because if you have a pitch deck or you're seeking funding in any way, this is something that myself and this group will look at everything in depth. And if we think that it is worthy, then we push forward to get things funded. That's very important for me and for us. And then, as I said, I also own a couple of companies myself. One is medical consulting and billing in the city of New York that came to be in the depths of the pandemic and everything that we were faced with there. So we were on the operational move and build out and design at a very rapid changing pace. So I have appreciation for everything that females bring into the equation, especially the metaverse equation, because essentially how I look at this from my quantum physics and neuroscience background is that we are completely developing, for lack of a better term, a new dimension. And I believe that this dimension has the ability to be a template that can be replicated on the physical plane as well as in the metaverse. And it is something that can be designed, visionary, and we can change systems that are, I don't even want to say broken, but let's say that are maybe archaic and they no longer work or function in today's world, and we can build something better. So I'm super grateful to be here with so much amazing talent and so many key players. Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you for being with us. And Laura managed to get in, so welcome as well. Happy to have you with us. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. Yes, even tech companies have IT issues, so I appreciate it. I'm glad I was able to get in when I got in. But yes, my name is Laura Pisa. I am the CEO of Reboot Imagine. We are a next generation technology service support company. So, you know, any type of AR, XR, VR technologies, we're the people you can come to implement those technologies, repair those technologies, and support those technologies. So as you can see, I'm in the office right now and I have bunch of 5 parts and older headsets, and that's what we do. You know, we've been in the industry since the very beginning, and you know, we really know the industry. We're a lot on the location-based entertainment side, so you know, any type of immersive experiences, and that's truly where a lot of these, you know, companies and are really born. You know, entertainment always embraces kind of that immersive technology first, and now more and more when you go to Chuck E. Cheese, Dave and Buster's, or even independent arcades, they're now adopting some sort of AR VR experience, whether it's just, you know, one of those machines you get in or like a full-blown free roam experience. So that's what I do, and I really bring, you know, the organization of the company together and our teams to make sure that, you know, we're all executing our vision. It's a really, really big pleasure to be here. And thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. And don't worry about technical issues. We know all about it. That's how we started today with some technical issues. So we'll get over that. So don't worry. So for those who didn't know yet, so my name is Isabel, and I represent GatherVerse Europe alongside some other organizations and companies, but today I'm mainly here as representing GatherVerse. So of course, our topic of today, humanity at the heart of business. Well, with 6 businesswomen around me, powerful businesswomen on top, that can only be a great panel coming up. So the first question I would like to tackle is, do you believe business in general has a thorough comprehension of humanity, or is it another hype concept created for the sake of business? Who would like to go for that?
I'll just take on it. It's a very wonderful and a very, very authentic and a credible question, Usabel. Allow me to, begin with it. We do business with people. And till the time we don't understand the credibility and authenticity of that particular person, and that comes only and only when they reveal their true self. Because we can be in that mask or in that facade only for a certain moment of time. And when we are, as it is, we all are ladies and we all are business ladies, already by virtue of that God's gift, we have that sixth sense. So that humanity factor is, when not seen, or when not felt, I definitely don't take a step ahead. And even if I understand that this kind of party is going to give me this kind of partnership is going to give me those kind of profits, because I always go for people, I always go for relationships, long term relationships in business. And that's why credibility, authenticity, humanity plays pivotal role when it comes to me. Initially, definitely, it takes time to take that kind of boost in business. But I think after say 1.5 year, when we understand people, when we understand the partnership, when we understand stakeholders, it goes long term. And business has its ups and downs. The business women or a businessman, we all have our lonely journey of doing business. So in that case also, I see, apart from just earning profits or earning money, those kind of partnerships play a very boosting role to be going in that rough journey. I'll take a pause with this.
Yeah, totally. Who can relate with that, or things like, yeah, please, Michelle.
So one of the things, when I mentioned earlier that I would feel like I was called into this realm, right? This realm to represent how we can use technology in a way to literally enhance our human connection. And so I see augmented reality, virtual reality, the metaverse, as it continues to unfold before us, right? I see it being a place where, yes, it's going to be amazingly cool and unique and fun. But yes, we need to come back to what is going to make people feel safe to transact business with one another in those spaces. So I believe authenticity is absolutely imperative. We have to find ways, and that's why one of the things that lately we've been doing is building VR workspaces for businesses to kind of use it as an introduction into the metaverse, so that we are able to be avatars, yes, but also be authentically us in that avatar. So it's kind of a unique blend of like the ability to take something as powerful as what we're doing right now, which is streaming live, right? So you're authentically you. I can tell you're authentically you because you're not putting on some cat filter right now, right? So I think that that's an important thing we need to keep in mind is, yes, the metaverse could be super fun and we could all be cartoon characters in there. Anybody can be anything that they want. It's like alter ego stuff, but that's not really, in my opinion, going to do well in the world of business, because why would you give somebody $50,000 to do business with you if you don't really even know if they're authentically them? So I believe that we need to keep that in mind as we build, to find ways to help business owners, especially, feel safe. I think it's an important thing, whether we do crypto, whether we're still kind of doing hybrids, whatever, doing transactional business in the metaverse. Yeah, we got to keep that in the forefront of our minds.
It gets boring, right? If there isn't humanity involved, it gets real boring, because the interaction is what makes it all come together, and that's where the connection becomes enriched. And without that, we're just robots, and that's just bland.
And I feel like it's possible to do it. I think that we just need to kind of go forward with humanity at the core of why we're building what we're building. It's meant to enhance our lives. It's not meant to remove our need for being authentically us.
So sorry.
Please.
Okay. I was just going to say, from my perspective, what I hear people using as the word authentic is what I would equate in neuroscience to being consciously aware. And so in neuroscience, and Lisi, I think you also said if it's going to be boring, we'll just all be robots, right? So I equate being a robot almost to like subconscious mind in neuroscience. So that the facts scientifically say that we're in subconscious mind 95% of the time. That's repeat programs. That's our quantum computer, essentially our brain running on a repeat program. So conscious only 5% of the time. That is the place where I would call it authentic self or intuition, which I also heard referred to. It is your spirit, essentially. It is what can guide and has the ability to program the computer and tell the brain what to do. whatever somebody wants to title it. In neuroscience, we would call it conscious awareness. But it's proven that it's not until you're consciously aware that you can make a new decision or a new choice, which is, again, what I would equate, right, to free will. New decisions and new choices aren't made until then. So I believe that we're made to be consciously aware more than 5% of the time. And my heart and my hope is that we're going to see developers like Michelle, things that I hear, right, are being created out there, where it's going to create more of something that is perhaps going to open heart coherence and logical mind and get them functioning and moving together. And then my theory is that we have a tendency to repeat history because we're probably running on autopilot or subconscious mind 95% of the time. So if we can wake ourselves up, we can be authentic, we can step into our spirit, however we want to word it, ladies, then there is that capability to change everything.
Totally. Alice.
Yeah. If I may add on to it, actually, I think it's great that we are looking at, business to business interaction or user interaction. I feel we also need to get inside and look at the business operations and also teams working inside, under us or within us in our organization, yeah, so that we can also have a humanity aspect as leaders, pass across to our team members. So I think if we look at how business has been running, probably from the 80s and in the 90s, because basically as leaders, we learn from the top leaders, right? We try to actually adopt the systems that they've been using in the past to run businesses as we are building right now. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right way and the correct way, yeah? Because we can see that businesses and leaders in the past over-indexed shareholder supremacy, sort of creating a finite mindset in as far as business operations are concerned, which in turn affects the team members, and lack of empathy, yeah, leads to a lot of suffering in the team, which affects productivity and at the same time also ends up affecting even, overall business operations. So it's important to also add the humanity aspect into the team that is building with you, yeah, so that we can be all inclusive, right?
Oh, I love that. And to add to that as well, I think, it really has to, like Vass said, it has to be a conscious effort. I think, one thing that I do with my team and one thing I try to look for is, background in, not only business, but also kind of customer service and human aspect, especially because of the space that we're in. You need to be able to communicate, that exciting and know that, the people we're working with, we do have that human customer service side, and that just makes people want to do business more, I feel. When you're really open and to work with clients and really, provide that success.
Vulnerability. I think women are more willing to be vulnerable, which makes us real.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice one. Do you believe that today there is enough humanity in business or not enough?
I don't think there's enough in certain aspects, like especially in the XR space. I think a lot of times it's kind of too much focus on like the hardware, the software, what new things are coming, what technology, and it's not so much as, how can we implement, how, can we work together, how can we start here and build from there. I think that discussion still needs to be had. And I think it's there. It just needs to become more important. Like we said, it has to be kind of part of the operation, part of, even like onboarding when you're welcoming new teams or, pre-client meetings, making sure that you know about the business or the owner before you start the business.
Yeah. Please, Michelle.
So that's kind of why I started the Tech with Heart Foundation. It's a nonprofit organization focusing on helping small business owners remember to keep human first in everything that they do, whether it be technology related or strategy related. Just how are you making people feel? Think about those types of things. People like they do business with people. We're not out here doing business with AI. AI is just meant to be a tool that creates more efficiencies that will bring us together quicker. And then the humanity conversation needs to start. It cannot all stay robotic for too long because, like she said, people will get bored, right? So that is one of the things that we're trying to do through our nonprofit, is to try and bring in more experts that are heart-centered to talk about business use cases, technology systems, and strategies that will indeed keep humanity at the heart of everything that we do. So I think that larger corporations, maybe they're losing a little bit of that sight of that humanity first, but I think that smaller businesses, like at least my goal, and I feel like I'm an advocate for them to start embracing this concept of the metaverse. But let's go into this ideation of entering into the metaverse to do business there by keeping human connection at the forefront of what we choose to do in that space. And again, going back to transparency, authenticity. So I think that's like maybe 50-50. I know in the metaverse area, it does not feel like it's a strong push right now. So hopefully people like us can make an impact and start shifting that mindset.
Why not?
Yeah.
Alice.
I actually think it's really beautiful right now. We are seeing a shift in the leadership that's coming, especially now with the new innovations. Yeah, we are seeing leaders who are coming out and saying, "Hey, the system didn't work the way it was in the past. It's not worked. So many people have suffered through it. We have a young generation who are, forming young companies, and basically they're learning from the experience that they watched their parents go through in large corporates. Yeah. And they're like, we really don't want to run our businesses the same way we watched our parents go through ABC. Yeah. So we are getting a new generation of leaders who are coming out to be more conscious, more empathetic, and coming out with more inclusive work environments where there are safe spaces that you can have these discussions openly with team members and make them feel included, make them feel safe, make them feel like, we are humans at the end of it all, as much as we are building. And I feel like technology companies are actually at a huge risk of losing the humanity aspect if we really are not conscious about it. Yeah, because it's all about numbers, it's all about hardware, it's all about software, right? It's all about, what can you build, how fast can you build, how much revenue can you generate, how many partners can you pull in, and we get lost in all those numbers, and it even affects mental health, yeah, which is a key aspect, especially in the technology field. Yeah, majority of people in the tech space suffer from a lot of mental health issues because of that. So we need to be very wary and conscious of it. And I'm glad we are getting leaders who are coming out more and saying, okay, let's work and let's play at the same time. Let's remember that we are still humans. Let's have a humanity aspect, in our organization as we are building. Yeah.
Very nice. Lizzie, when you talked earlier on about the sharks, how do you combine the sharks with humanity?
A human shark? How does that happen? How can a human be a shark? Well, as a publicist, to get attention from journalists so they could write about a project or write about a person, like I was mentioning before, it takes a certain amount of aggression. And that's where the whole shark thing comes into play. Clearly, I am not a shark. But I identify with the shark being a predator as far as getting the people that I need to look at the people that I need them to look at. So that's where the whole shark thing comes together. And as far as humanity is concerned, one of the most interesting things about what's happening in our technology is the gamification aspect of it all. And the gamification aspect is a great avenue for humanity.
It can be, indeed. Someone wants to add something to that?
Yeah, I definitely will. So from a neuroscience perspective and understanding that we're hardwiring or programming our minds and our brains, I'm a huge advocate for the development of games that give other alternatives, and not just other alternatives, but I mean, again, like, where are my coders, designers, my builders, my architects, the ones who see a limitless future for all that is good across the globe, right? Because it's going to take that out of the box thinking to create something that has the ability to not just compete with, but for lack of a better term, since it's wargaming, right, is what I'm referring to, is super popular across the globe. And we do have mass shootings and mental health issues and things that we're faced with, right? And a lot of these kids are being just like, they're raising themselves and programming themselves with this death and this war day in and day out. And so I want to see the development of things that are going to compete with that. I want to see the development of things that are going to be so good, like so good that these kids cannot get their hands off of it, right? Let's hook them on everything that is the potential in the quantum field to be endless possibilities of everything that's good. And like the war and the destruction and that being a focus, that's archaic. It's barbaric and it's no longer needed. And you're right, Alice, when you said like the people, the youth, right, of today, like they don't want it anymore. Like they're not buying into this anymore. They're not buying into the same programs that the prior, centuries have been driven on. So this is a pivotal point. Like this is an opportunity to completely change the playing field of humanity, like we said, on a whole. And also I'm a huge proponent and advocate of sustainability, everything that's humanitarian oriented right now. And those are all the types of projects that I have focus on. I have my hands in those pies and those projects globally with organizations that are doing exactly that. And I'm to a point where I don't touch anything else. I won't touch anything else unless it has that capability. So yeah, it's go time. It's go time.
I'll just add on here after listening to Alice how humanity even optimize the cost, because as a design thinking practitioner, whether being in tech or in HR, till the time you don't have a human connect, you don't understand the stakeholders, and you can understand the stakeholders only after having the empathy mapping being done. uh, any SOP which is being drafted, or for that matter, any technological tool which is being made or innovated, will never be of any use till the time we don't have that kind of human connect. And that's where this humanity just being considered as only a soft skill or just as a trait. Even in business, it ends up in optimizing our cost. So that's where this humanity, empathy mapping, and user experience, be it in metaverse or in any other technological world, plays a very important role in cost optimization when we talk about business. Just wanted to give this flavor.
One of the things I'm looking forward to as we continue to advance along this narrative, actually, is to gather more input from younger audiences. Like what we have through our foundation, we have a student apprenticeship program that we're going to be rolling out here very, very soon, that will hopefully give us an opportunity to start hearing from younger folks as far as what is it that they would like to see in their future in the metaverse. And I liked, Alita's opinion on that they are saying no more. We don't want this stuff that is basically being given and offered to them by people who are only at it for the money, and they're not at it for obviously the betterment of humanity. And it's really kind of neat to see that from millennials and on those generations younger are kind of getting a little bit more woke up to just materialism and marketing and schemes and how they can be pretty much kind of duped, to believe that is real or that is their only options. And so I'm going to do my part, I know, to start gathering that data and start building. And I just hope that this narrative doesn't just fall flat with this conversation here today. I just would love to see more companies taking that and seeing how we can, again, go back to using technology to enhance humanity, not just to make it fun. Gamification is key here, though, but making it and finding out even from the younger audiences, like what would be some incentives for them, right? What is it that they want to know and hear from us, the builders, because they're not in a position, they're not financially in a position, or even maybe technologically in a position to build. But I know that my like young nieces and stuff, they love those building apps. They love to build environments, you know, and that is what keeps their mind busy. So I know that there is a place for this. It's just we have to keep talking loud about it and seeing if we can get some big advocates to start moving.
Agreed. Yeah, and the statistics actually show this. I mean, that's the thing. So when you look at mental health on an overall whole, you know, that's one element. But really, when you look at the generations, like you talked about, millennials and on up, the super educated kids and youth of today's world are making conscious choices and decisions to decide they don't want to have children at this stage. And that's a mass global problem that we now have as well. So as people are waking up, that's a clear sign of no more. Like, we don't want any more of this, right? Like when our youth of today does not feel comfortable bringing children into the world, that's a problem. We better wake up. We better change a few things.
No, and I really like that, Michelle, you're working on like data and like surveys directly through students, because kind of how we talked about before, that, you know, you actually kind of need some of that data and, you know, feedback directly from the people that are going to be impacted. That's really, you know, putting humanity forward. So I love that. And I'm excited to see, you know, the data you gather from that.
Well, it's exactly as I say, like we have different kinds of generations, and each generation has its own characteristics, where we see, of course, the baby boomers who had other needs, wants, put it other things first, compared to generation Y, Z, even X, and everything after that. So we do see a big shift, not only in the needs and the wants, but also in the values, and that exactly adds up to what we were talking about. But that's also can be an issue, because what is happening today, all these universes that have been created or are being created, what we often see is that they just build, and then they invite the community to come over, instead of first like building for the community. We need to put ourselves at their level. You always need to meet people at their level for understanding, so that we also know and be a bit more humble from our generation and older generations, so that we know what to create for the future generations to come. Because it's when sometimes we wonder, like, oh, this or that platform is lacking visitors or is almost empty. Well, imagine that I would build a house somewhere, I don't know, on an island, according to my flavors, my likes, and then I would tell you, well, now you come and live there, where you're like more a mountain person, or you don't even want to be there. And that's exactly the same what they're doing today. So what can we do better for the future generations to come? Where do you think we can make a change?
We go back to humanity. We go back to people chiming in, and people chiming in makes all the difference.
Absolutely right. I think we should use the model of, a pull model of demand instead of pushing our what we want to do.
Yeah.
That's very, very important. Understanding what is, because otherwise what we are there to offer them, they might not need that. Again, it will be of no use. So they might come, they might use it for, for a few days or for a couple of months, but then it will be of no use. That process, that technology, that entire interface that we have created for them will be of no use. So pull model is going to be more benefiting rather than just pushing our things.
Yeah, and listening to feedback from the actual users. I think part of it is, sometimes, the developers of these sites, they're so set in an idea and this is what they want to do and this is what it's supposed to do. But when the people actually use it and they say, well, this and this could be better, then it's like, oh no, that's not what we're supposed to do. So I think having that human aspect and having people who are really, that's what they're doing, is listening to community feedback, like community managers are so important. We recently added a community manager to our team as well, and we're already seeing, the benefits of having someone more in that space. Me being the CEO and, our executive team, we just don't have that time. So we're investing in that for ourselves.
I know that we're currently building a world for business. It's an entrance into the metaverse. It's kind of it's not on Web3, obviously, right? So we're building, and it's going to be a VR 3D networking, co-working, and also event space. But we're, like I said, bringing in that transparency, authenticity of allowing video streaming to incorporate into the avatars. I think that we're kind of just now rolling out more business use case models in the metaverse, whereas the others seem to be far more into the gaming, the gamification, or just like play in this space and go build your own world kind of thing. And so I'm excited to be in the position to start asking more questions and authentically listening too. I want to hear why we should build it that way versus this way that we thought, taking that input, but knowing that now we're talking about using it for a completely different reason than it was possibly even thought of, 6 years, 7 years ago, right? So I'm excited about where we're heading, because I see for small businesses, I'm trying to empower them to be just effective in our online world today, with systems and strategies. Now let's talk about opening that door to the metaverse and adding another positioning for you as a business to grow and potentially even be, seen as an emerging company because you're in the metaverse. So it's a very exciting time. But yeah, we definitely have to listen, ask, tons of asking and collecting data, and then compiling that data, and then building with that intention. Their desires in mind is going to be what's going to make the shift.
If I may add also, let's give our children a voice. Yeah. I have a beautiful 15-year-old daughter. She's been an avid gamer for like the past 6 years. Yeah. So she's a huge fan of games. She spends a lot of time playing Roblox. So currently I'm handling a project where we are building a metaverse experience aligned with SDGs. So I went back to her and I asked her, Zaria, so you love gaming. Can you please give me an interesting story that I can actually, build with my team in as far as showcasing Africa's beauty is concerned in the game? And she gave me an incredible story of how it will happen. I couldn't believe it. In fact, I was taking notes and writing it down, And when I sat down with my team, actually, and we've been iterating and discussing this, and the same thing my team is actually mentioning, I'm connecting with what she actually said. And I'm like, yes, so we also need to give our children a voice, because they are the ones that are going to be using these platforms moving forward. These platforms that we are building are going to benefit them the most. And they have been born in the digital age where they've interacted with these devices, with these games for quite, more than 10 years plus, more than a decade. Yeah. So they are actually really good and very creative at it. So we need to also go back and remember that we need to give our children a voice also. Yeah.
Totally.
I love that.
Now, we were talking about data a bit before. Do you think that data today is used in a humanity first way? Because it's important to have certain data, but I kind of have the tendency to say that for the moment it's going way the other side. yeah, it's in fact it's not about data. It's merely a mass manipulation weapon, because if you have the data, you can manipulate the people. So in what sense do you think that we should how should we deal with those data?
Well, that's ultimate humanity, isn't it? But
Yeah.
humanity in evil sense,
Yeah.
because you're using the information from the humans to attack the humans. So
Yeah.
data is not anti-human, it's superhuman. It's how you use
Okay.
the data that's going to differentiate what is done with it, or how
Yeah, but it's also how you interpret the data, right? A lot of the times you're getting data, but you don't know what the context is. You know, what is it? Correlation, not causation, right? So you really need the actual teams in place to look behind that data and be like, okay, so why are we not getting as many users as we were thinking? You know, what are the times? Things like that. I think, you know, you need a lot of background in order to actually have the data you need and be able to explain the data. Because, you know, if you have investors or, you know, other partnerships, you need to be able to explain this without, you know, just pumping out numbers, and really seeing, you know, talking to the teams behind, you know, the scenes. I think that's incredibly important.
I think I see this as being a company-wide question, because you can say data as a whole, it is neither good nor evil. It is just data. And so it really comes from the intention behind why are we collecting this data and what is our intention for using this data. And so like artificial intelligence, right? It's meant to help our world be more efficient, and also perhaps be more helpful, like in the way of like an AI assistant, right? To be able to like chop your wasted time down so that you're able to get more. But there's some creepiness in how much they could potentially know about all your inner thoughts. Like, why are you, whoa, how'd you know? So there's that fine line where we have to make sure that we aren't crossing the line and could potentially flip the switch and use it for evil, or making people feel safe with letting us collect their data because they know who we are as a company, as a brand, and why, you know, because there's that trust factor again, you know, that people are going to have to get over in order to say, yes, you can have all my data, all my thoughts, all, you know, that is going to be a creepy, crawly process,
Yeah.
because there's just too much abuse and there's too much evil, you know,
We'll
technology.
see. We're going to see that really come to fruition when Apple drops its headset. And we all know what Facebook and Meta does with our data. And obviously, Apple also accrues our data. But the difference is the trust factor. We tend to trust Apple more than Mark Zuckerberg. So let's see what happens.
Yes, I think we just have to be loud with our intention. Be loud, because like through my Tech with Heart Foundation, a lot of people know that I am somebody that tries to be as authentic as possible, transparent as possible. But when it came for me to do an AI survey for them to like turn on their camera and let us track their eyeballs to see what's really working in any kind of a messaging through video storytelling, yeah, very, very few people were okay with that, even though they knew it was coming from me. So we definitely have a curve here. We have to figure out how to help people feel safe.
Yeah, and it's about neuro rights, right? So like neuro rights are a thing that needs to be addressed globally across all countries. There should be, the UN should be involved in some sort of an agreement process with this. It's inevitable, like it's already too late. It should have already been addressed, really, right? But it needs addressed. And who gets that data, and what is that data, and what does that data consist of, and where is that data stored? And you can keep going down that rabbit hole for a very prolonged period of time. But when I think about data in general, I think about algorithms, just algorithms, right? And there's a difference between broadcasting and public broadcasting, because that's also programming, and an algorithm. An algorithm to me is something that spits back to you your generalized thought process. So I actually use it as a training tool. Hey, how about you scroll through your social media? What are you primarily seeing coming back at you? From a neuroscience perspective, what is that? And if it's primarily negative, then that's telling you what you're drawn to the majority of the time, because it's just spitting back to you like a mirror, what you're primarily focused on, right? So use it as a wise tool in that capacity up to this point, and program yourself wisely. Know what you're looking at and what you're getting into. When it comes to public broadcasting, my opposition with it is it's primarily showing us, especially news stations globally, all of the doom and the gloom in the world. When I say, hey, eureka, like it's like newsflash out here, right? Just because they're using the camera to chase down all of the things that are happening that are the doom and the gloom does not mean that that's what the world consists of. And that's where we're smoke screened. That's the veil, right? So if people can get consciously aware and step outside their front door and realize that actually the majority of the world is going to reach out to help you. There's just as many miracles, if not more, and more lives being saved every single day than there is all of this doom and gloom. So once people start to wake up and understand that, then it's kind of like game over, for lack of a better term. Like it's game over at that point. So just use the algorithms and the data that's coming through to you. I tell people wisely, pay attention to where your focus is at. And it's going to be a wild ride.
But there is also the part of...
That's very important. What I have come across while what you said, Isabel, and being from Europe, it was a challenge for us to collect data from European countries while we were creating
for the GDPR.
Even the date of birth was a challenge because of the legislative policies and because of the legal policies, and we really took literally, I mean, a year had gone to take all that kind of sanction while working in Genpact, and we were rolling out the entire exit progress process for the entire employees, for all the employees globally. So it is definitely one disruption as well in the industry, and that is why again framework and ethics need to be followed when we talk about data, because anyone and everyone, like what Lisi said, that anyone and everyone would not be very comfortable in sharing their personal credentials, just like what we have already seen what Facebook is into, thick soup. So really those kind of frameworks, depending upon those geographical locations of the globe, really need to be known to the leaders to have these things done in a very seamless way, in a very positive ways, in an intentional way, what we are trying to do. And that becomes a challenge when we are trying to do all these kind of things in a global way.
Yeah, totally. I see that we already are almost, not yet, but in 5 minutes already at the end, because time is flying. Yeah. So before I give everyone like their last moments with the last recommendations or thoughts, I just want to add that as what Aileda said as well, it's very important, but therefore critical thinking should also be considered, which is something that we don't see that often anymore. And we should teach our children how to think and no longer what to think. So that's something I wanted to add, but now it's all up to you, ladies. I would love to hear from each of you a final word with your recommendations, your vision, your ID. Please, Alice.
I would actually like to see us leaders be more conscious. Yeah. Let's talk about mind, body, and soul. Your thought process needs to be aligned. You need to actually feel into the experience that you're creating and also connect with your intuition, right? Let's be more grounded. Let's be more empathetic. Let's create experiences that are inclusive for all. It doesn't matter your culture, your background, your race, your religion, your age, like let's be more wary and more conscious that we are in a new system right now. We are the innovators building for the future generation moving forward, and we are basically the disruptive builders who are more conscious and building solutions that are solving real world problems and disrupting systems that never worked in the past. So let's stand, let's be firm at it. Like Lisi said, let's shout, let's be more loud about it, because this is what is going to create a better world and a better connected humanity space for all. Yeah.
Thank you. Ailida.
I'm just going to jump in with you on the critical thinking and visionary thinking of the future. And it was pointed out by every single one of you here today. And it's also something that runs rampant through corporate America. And that is people not asking the people who are actually in the positions, the people who are going to be the users, the people who are going to be on deck for being the hands-on people who are doing the work, that they're never consulted, they're never asked, it's built for them. You guys pointed that out, it's built for them, right? And that's never gonna be a conducive design that's gonna work moving forward. So just visionary thinking, having the foresight for the future and what we want for our future, all of our futures.
Brilliant. Lisi.
I'm just looking forward to what this technology is going to do to the arts, entertainment, how cinema is going to change, how theater is going to change, and just that evolution, that paradigm shift, not unlike what we saw turning into the 20th century. So I'm looking forward to Hollywood 2.0.
Brilliant. Michelle.
Well, I just want to say to anybody that's tuning in to this because you're interested in learning more about this metaverse, thank you to Christopher Lafayette for putting the GatherVerse together so that we can have these types of conversations. However, we want to hear from you. Like, ask us good questions. Let us guide you, and just please be open-minded to what is coming, because it is indeed coming. And we have right now an opportunity to start shifting the intention behind what we build. So let us hear from you, please, and don't shut it down just because it's different, new, and potentially scary, because technology is our future for sure. It can be used for amazing good, and it can also be used for really bad evil. So that this tribe right here, we're dedicated to using it for good. So join forces with us, and let's have some conversations, and let's just keep staying open to our future.
Brilliant. Laura. You're on mute, sorry.
Sorry, I love this. This was so insightful. And I think, part of, keeping humanity is these talks like this, being able to connect with, other, leaders in the space, because at the end of the day, we're all in business, and business doesn't have to always be boring. We have to keep some humanity in it. Otherwise, what's the point of being in and day out, just, transactional, instead of, like we talked about, authentic business.
Brilliant. Namrata.
I wanted you to say my name. That's why I was waiting. No, that's okay. On the light side. First, I really resonate well with Michelle that there's a wonderful community, and please ask, like all the kind of intense, potential, intelligent questions. We are all there to answer them. Getting influenced with Ellis and Laura, I just wanted to say that never lose faith on humanity. It's a big ocean. It's a very big ocean. And even if few drops are dirty, the ocean will never be dirty. So that's very, very important. And I just believe a lot in humanity, and that's how we all are connected, I think, being in, absolutely different parts of the world. So never, ever lose faith in humanity. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you all. Namaste. And good night and a good day to all of you. And we keep definitely in touch.
Thank you.
You.
Be well. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
morning, GatherVerse. Happy New Year. I'm super grateful to have the invite to partake in this, especially this SHE superhero summit and platform. This one speaks profoundly to me because I am a woman. I have been a woman in business and in career my entire career. And this is about the designers of the future and the bringing together the women who are in this arena. So I'm super grateful and super excited about this opportunity to speak. One of the things that I want to touch on, because it is a new year, is some of the information that the United Nations came out with at the new year, and that is just focus on peace. And so when we focus on peace, what does that look like? That would be the first thing that I would ask the developers of the metaverse moving forward. If the focus is on peace and unity and harmony and systems that can actually be created and designed essentially in what, for lack of a better term, is going to be like a whole new dimension in our world, which many don't yet understand. All of you all of the women designers in this arena will fully understand what I'm saying. So these are the things that I want the women designers, especially, and creators, all designers and creators, but the women especially, because we tend to be nurturers. And so who better to bring peace into the equation and into the designs than an actual consciously aware woman. When I say consciously aware, it's because my background, I love quantum physics, neuroscience, and epigenetics. And that is just essentially, to me, the understanding of how our entire physical body and system works in the world. A big component of that is our brain. And I equate that to our quantum computer systems. This is ours to program, and we'll get into that a little bit during this talk, an opportunity for me to share with all of you. Retract a little bit, give you a little more history about me. My background and experience primarily has been in corporate America. In large part, it's been working with large corporations and organizations in the capacity of consulting for several years now. And having the opportunity to have some amazing mentors along the way, for which I'm grateful, the majority of which I will say, because I have spent the majority of my career in business, have been men. And so this is another area of opportunity. Why are women important? And especially in the development and the move out with the metaverse. Again, it's about the build and the design. And the designing of this really needs to be from a very creative perspective, a very like, how can we design consciously? And Christopher, I know you speak to this all the time and your team, and that's why you're here. How do you build and design with awareness and vision of the future and has the potential to impact? And the fact that all of humanity is hugely important. And I will just say to the women designers in this field, you are the women who give birth as well. You bring babies onto this planet, or you don't, but the majority, let's just say the majority of you probably have or will. That ability is literally the ability to bring heaven to earth, essentially, is how I feel about that. That's how I feel about children. I have two. I was a single mom also the majority of my entire working career. So I also want to add that into the equation because I think it's important that women know the more we open up, the more vulnerable we are, especially in the arena of work, about our lives. And we share with each other and we don't judge or criticize one another. This is where women can get a lot better about business, is learning to not be competing with one another, but instead coming together and uniting, which is really what our world needs anyhow. From a humanitarian perspective, the world needs to come together. So the women leaders need to come together, the women designers need to come together, the women architects need to come together. That female energy is very important because it's the nurturing, it's the harmony, it's the creation and the design that has the ability to change everything in this world, as does men. So, and anyone, right? And so let's talk about how special we are before we exit my talk today. I'm going to be doing a TED Talk moving forward. And on that note, I was researching TED Talks and I came across this one. And of course, it was perfect and right. I'm perfect and right timing for this. And so the one thing that Mel Robinson, got to give her a shout out because this is what I'm talking about, lead by example, right? Lead by example by uniting and acknowledging other smart, intelligent women or sources of information that have come forth that are helpful in today's world, right? So Mel Robbins did a TED Talk and the whole TED Talk was completely honed in on the fact of how special we are. And she had done a little research, scientific research, which I love, obviously. And she had come forth with the fact that they had done a scientists, a group of scientists have gotten together and they have done a probability of human existence study. And so that means they literally have computated and gotten together and gathered all of the information about anything that could potentially impact the existence of every single one of us, every human on this planet, the probability of the fact that you exist or I exist or any of us exist exactly as we are in human design, literally as an entire human being physically, and I don't even think they computated perception, which would be prior programs, which would be like neuroscience. I don't even know if that's a part of the equation on this. But perception also impacts everything dramatically in regards to how our upbringing is, our education, all of those things. So those things alone already make us, each and every one of us, incredibly unique. But on top of that, this is the kind of like the physical makeup and compound component of us and who we are. It's 1 in 400 trillion, y'all, 1 in 400 trillion. That there's another, or even the probability that you could exist in this world. So on that note, I'm going to bring us into one of my favorites, and I'm just going to give you a snippet of this quote from Marianne Williamson. Huge shout out to this lady. It is our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. And women, I can promise you that I know that this is true, in large part for women globally. And as we can get more consciously aware and design and build and focus on a better future, this metaverse and this GatherVerse in particular is going to be a game changer. And I'm so grateful for it. I'm so grateful for each of you. Thank you so much for this opportunity and for the opportunity to share my heart and my soul with you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, everyone. It's great to see everyone here. Happy New Year and welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Hassanatu Blake, and I am a digital health and ed tech professional, having worked for nearly 15 years leading technological supported opportunities for people to be educated on critical matters and to improve public health. I'm honored to moderate today's panel titled Empowering Women in Leadership Through Emerging Technologies. Today, we have a great panel from all over the world. They represent women who understand women's needs in leadership roles. They are women who look like us, and they are women who are committed to addressing those needs through emerging technology. So at this time, I will give our panelists just 1 minute each to introduce themselves and share why they entered or began in emerging technology space. Let's start with Allison.
Well, thank you so much, Hassanatu, for having me on this panel. I was hoping I'll be the last one, of course, to speak, but here we go. Well, I'm Alison Chiwara, and I'm based in Scotland, UK. A mother of two, which is my most important job before anything else. And then followed by that is I am a co-founder of GatherVerse S.H.E, which is an ed tech hoping to cover globally. And what we do is we train young girls and women in 3D design modeling in the VR spaces. And again, really taking advantage of those emerging technologies that women have never had the opportunity to sort of, jump into and really embrace. And so I'm really, really passionate about female empowerment and really creating opportunities in spaces where I may find myself in or where I'm lucky to be included. Over and above that, I am also very passionate about mental health, especially in the workplace. I think that the pandemic created such disruption, I think, in all of our lives. And again, my love for technologies combined with that, and I love the use of neuroscience to combine and align, stuff with, company goals, etc. So really, really pleased to be here, and thank you very much.
Allison, do you want to pass it on to the next person?
Yeah, I am going to go for Chitra.
Thank you so much, Allison. Hi, everyone. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you again, GatherVerse, for the opportunity to be a part of this. My name is Chitra. I am the CMO at Optimum Studio. We are a tech company based in Indonesia. We specialize in XR products and services. A lineup of what we do includes our 40+ flashcards for children, which are interactive visual learning tools in different themes, all the way to commercial projects with global partners such as Discovery Mindblown, the UK Space Agency, and TCC Global, mainly in the creation of AR mobile apps and web AR solutions for businesses. Our studio projects highlight a web AR platform called Argonauts, a virtual gallery platform called Artscape Digital, and an IP creation called Octaland. That's my introduction. Should I pass the baton to someone else here? Okay, I'll pass it on to Geeta.
Thanks so much, Chitra. This is Geeta Berry. I am the Executive Vice President and General Manager of Immersive Healthcare at Penumbra. What that means is that I'm a healthcare person. So I have spent my career in medical devices, and that's what has brought me to this kind of technology. First, I developed things like catheters and coils and stents, the kind of things that go inside your body to help address different medical conditions. And now what we do at Penumbra, in addition to those types of things, is that we also bring technologies using virtual reality to patients, for example, in rehabilitation, patients that are facing different mental health challenges, things like anxious moods, depressed moods, right? Overall wellness. And it's been such an incredible journey to bring that healthcare experience into this tech world. In our roles, we have so many people who have helped us from their gaming backgrounds because we build our own content. We have our own software development. We also have our own hardware development. So we're really bringing all the different components of tech together in what we do inside of healthcare. And in addition to that, we're expanding that even more, which is where I think about this panel and the opportunities for us to help people well beyond when they are a patient, but also where we can help people be good people. And so this is our Vision VR training, where we bring wellness to employees. We bring it to sexual harassment and discrimination prevention training. There are so many great ways by experiencing your experience, whatever that is. So whether that is experiencing what it is like to be discriminated against or to be bullied or to be in the middle of your rehab sessions, VR can help you do that in such a unique way. And there are so many ways for women to contribute to that experience. So I'm so blessed to be here. Thank you, GatherVerse. Thank you, Hassa. So nice to meet you all, everyone on the panel, and looking forward to this discussion.
Excellent. Geeta, do you want to pass it on to someone else?
Of course. How about I pass it to Alex?
Right. Hi there, everyone. Thanks, Geeta. I am Alex Pryor. I am the head of digital innovation for EOH, which is one of Africa's largest ICT service providers. I've been in the IT and technology industry for 20 years, so I come from a pure tech background. And I really have one of the coolest jobs in the world because I get to explore new tech and to really see how it can impact the lives of our clients, the lives of people within South Africa and within Africa. And from that, I actually founded a community, the Africa Web3 Revolution, which is really around promoting, celebrating, and supporting businesses and people in emerging tech within an African context. And I'm really thrilled to be here today with all of you amazing ladies. And I will pass the baton on to Deborah.
Thank you, Alex. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the organizers for this invitation and the opportunity to speak today. I'm Deborah Thompson, founder and executive director of a nonprofit called One Health Lessons. What we do at One Health Lessons is we educate kids, adults, and communities about One Health. And what One Health is, I'll explain it in two different ways, the concept and the approach. The One Health concept is that connection between our health and the health of the environment, animals, and plants. Makes sense, right? Sick environment, sick people, sick animals, sick people, we're all connected. And then that One Health approach is just teamwork between people of different backgrounds, discipline, strengths. We come together and we solve some mighty health challenges. With technology, what we at One Health Lessons have done is we've gone global within the first month alone, and it's because of technology. And we have an internship program with over 60 individuals. And honestly, I've only met 3 out of 69 individuals because of technology. So we'll talk more about that, but I will pass the mic over to Wadua.
Thank you so much, and pleasure to be here. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to be here, for joining us. My name is Wadua Wali. I am the co-founder and chief strategy officer for New Canvas, and New Canvas is a next-generation XR media company that produces and publishes immersive content for the metaverse for digital first audiences. And we have an unapologetic focus on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Why that matters is because, you know, it matters that we see ourselves in these spaces, and we see ourselves in entertainment. We see ourselves in the world. And so I'm always considered myself a storyteller. So I've done storytelling across other platforms that have been in the past, from broadcast to online, and now I'm super excited to be here building a content company in the metaverse. And I think it matters, and why I am excited to be here is because I spent a lot of time, my last company, Warner Discovery now, talking about the importance of having diverse stories from diverse voices, and that's kind of a correction from entertainment that's been around for 100+ years. And so it's, I saw it as an opportunity to be here right now as the metaverse, as Web3 is being built, to ensure that we have a place here, and there's a place for stories, to make sure that we're all represented. And and we'll talk about more stuff later, but that's just a little bit about me and a little bit about New Canvas.
What a phenomenal panel. Thank you, ladies, for being here today. Before we get started, I would like for us to set the stage a bit about the topic we're going to have a conversation about. So a little bit of background. Women play instrumental roles in supporting and also leading teams across the world, right? In 2019, research has found that 29% of senior management roles were held by women, and 87% of global businesses had at least one woman to fill leadership roles in technology and in innovation. Unfortunately, according to Catalyst study, structural and cultural barriers, which greatly vary across the world, often lead women to also take up responsibilities around caregiving and around housekeeping. So as you can see, women are advancing, they're being empowered in technology, but the advancement is a bit ambiguous. Some of the key barriers for women leaders are old stereotypes about women, fewer connections and bias and discrimination, lack of flexibility and recognition, and also not being themselves or being able to be themselves without changing for the entity or the society that they live in. Fortunately, emerging technology could have that potential to have a profound effect in addressing those challenges that women leaders face. So, with a little bit of background, my first question to the panel is, how can emerging technologies be used to break down some of those barriers and challenge traditional gender roles in leadership? And when you're thinking about that question and your response, I would love to hear a little bit more about how some specific emerging technologies like the metaverse, Web 2.0, et cetera, are different from previous technology and how they also impact leadership for women. Anyone can jump in. This is open to the entire panel.
So it's Gita. I've got a thought to share. So as we think about, and as I look at this in terms of emerging technologies, to me, emerging technologies are a tool, right? And these tools continue to help connect us. These tools allow us to connect in all different ways. When we think about it, we're more of a healthcare company. We're more about how do we help people in their environment so they can be successful in the real world. And so what we see is a great opportunity, which we believe will help women and so many others, is the idea around, can we put people in first-person experiences? The wonderful work that storytellers like Wadua and others have done is they've been able to tell us stories for many years, right? Incredibly different ways. I love what Wadua said about this opportunity to bring storytelling on this new medium. We're doing that same thing with training. And so the concept of, can I be in the seat of someone who has been bullied or discriminated against? And I actually feel it. The same, because we have storytellers helping tell those stories. It's a totally different way than if you're on your regular screen like this and you're watching something and it's a required video that is, how do I avoid sexually harassing someone or bullying someone? We can actually take advantage of the technology to help people feel it. And how does that help women? How does that help others who may have not had those same opportunities? It helps people understand, what does it feel like to be in their shoes? It helps people understand, hey, when I'm talking to someone in that situation, maybe I'm going to approach it a bit differently because I had no idea what it felt like. And so that's one way that I see this as an incredible opportunity. I'm sure other panelists see others, but from my perspective, that's one thing that we're focused on.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to pick it up from, like how we see ourselves and the opportunity to tell things from a different voice. I mean, one of the criticisms of, Web 2 versus, what's being built in Web 3 is that Web 2 was built by a lot of dudes, and specifically a lot of white dudes. And so the experience is very much from that point of view. And so what's exciting about Web3 is a chance to, like I was saying before with entertainment, even to correct those things so that it's not just a platform that's built for one specific person that we all have to pile into and learn to conform to. And, and so with Web3 and the metaverse, it's an opportunity for us to, people love the idea of what's being built with these new platforms, these new tools, as Gita said, is transparency, it's openness, it's not a repeat of what we've seen in the past. And so that's like a new and emerging technologies, and it provide that opportunity. And that's why it's so important to make sure that there are more people that are not just one type of person that are building it.
Absolutely. And if I could maybe just add, if we think of Web 3.0 and the metaverse, it's really all about the immersive web. And that's not so much about what actions you can take, but it's about your interactions. And in a world where you're interacting in a far more real way than we've ever been able to do before, it's a way for, as Gita was saying, around the almost softer side of it. And that's not to say that women can't be hard and men can't be soft, but there are certain skills that I think we almost naturally gravitate to. And those interactions, I think, is ripe for women to actually step forward and utilize that technology to kind of prove where their skills lie. For the first time, we have a technology that lets us do that. And especially because of the pandemic, we're in a far more global community. So for the first time, I can be sitting here in Africa and having a panel with people in Indonesia and the States and in Scotland. And we're all together in this amazing sort of community that wouldn't have been possible even 4 or 5 years ago. And how we interact and how we move forward is the really exciting part for that.
I love this. I love this. Based off of some of your responses to that question, I really hear like a common theme of how emerging technology can really have an impact in really connecting women across different countries, cultures, industries, which is great. I want to build on that, and particularly shooting this question to Wadua specifically. How can we use emerging technology to address issues around diversity, equity, inclusion? You speak a lot about the differences that are there in technology for women and different types of women in the space. How do you think emerging technology can help us address those issues for women?
Thank you. That's a great question, and I think it's just building off of the previous answer of making sure that that we are included in these spaces. I think that it helps us not only be seen as people, like changing the traditional roles that have been placed on us, or that even throughout society that we have inherited going into the workplace. I mean, these tools can help us because we're not just moms and we're not just caretakers anymore. We're builders and we're innovators, and we're rethinking the ways that these tools can be utilized. And as Alex was saying, thinking more immersively, thinking more connectively, and I think that those are I think that those are attributes that are placed on women more often than not, that we are considered to be more warm and more connective. And so I think that's a huge opportunity to change the hardness and the coldness of the disconnected technologies. And so using these tools and using new technologies to showcase us, not just as the people in the backdrop, but being out in front and creating these things and changing the paradigm.
Anyone else want to add? Go ahead, Allison. You're on mute, Allison.
I beg your pardon, technology playing tricks on me. Anyway, I'm back. So yes, I just wanted to add on what the other ladies have already said. in regards to what the emerging technologies have to offer in terms of breaking down barriers. I think for the first time, I want to take the words of our founder, Florence, who said in our launching speech, is that the metaverse in general really provides us with a clean canvas in which to actually operate from. I've never dreamt of a world where, as women, as underestimated people, where we can come in and actually start to draw the picture that we've had in our heads. And I think that this space allows us to be incredibly imaginative. And really, I say to all of our students, we, as an ed tech, we're a classroom without walls. And those walls, within the metaverse, there's absolutely no walls. We're talking about collaboration, creating communities that, I have met some incredibly amazing people within the Web3 space, never met them in real life. But again, as Gita was saying, is that the connections, the emotional connection that this space brings is enormous and almost unimaginable. And I get really excited about the real possibilities, when you look at EDI, equality, diversity, and inclusion. This space has so much power. And so it has given me so much delight, actually, from watching yesterday, seeing so many incredible women in this space, driving this space into something that creates tangible impact. And so for me, that gives me so much hope that what we're not able to do in this space, in the real world, I think can be achieved in the metaverse. And if it's true that as time goes on, these lines will become blurred between real life, our physical life, and our own life, then I think that this is going to be an amazing space and a real opportunity for any woman from any walk of life to really take on transferable skills into this sector. I have done, and I come, as I was saying, my background really is corporate mental health. I got into here because of another woman that was already in this space. Collaboratively, we've been able to build this machine that is Flossverse. I come in with different skill sets. And so technology really allows me as well to continue to research on this new world for me too. So I think that the knowledge expansion is really also now very accessible, unlike before. So again, technology, emerging technology, sort of breaking down the walls that we've had before, where if I wanted to learn a certain piece of software, I really needed to go to uni or something to do it. But now this is all incredibly accessible. And I think that emerging technologies has a lot to do with the space that we find ourselves in. And I'm really excited for the future. And I want to continue seeing so many more women almost preaching the gospel, if you like, talking about this new space to other women. And I just hope that we all have a spirit of sharing, so that the more women that hear about this space, the more dominant we become in this era. Thank you.
And just one, I think I keep hearing, like the real world. And I think that what you're just talking about the accessibility, I think that, like, because these technologies are emerging and because we are so much more intertwined as people with these technologies, I think that, thinking about this, not just in terms of, in the real world, but this is an extension of what we do. Like the technology is just an extension of who we are. So whether we're talking about walking around in our house or walking around in the metaverse, it's just an extension. We're still real people. We're still, it's not we're not distracted or detracted from what we do in the metaverse. So I did just want to throw that out there that, and that's what technology is enabling us to do. So if we're bad actors in the real world, we're going to be bad actors as that extension in the metaverse and Web3. And so that's another, benefit and another way to think about, like how we show up and what we're doing as we're building these things.
I just want to add to that this concept of what I think about as life in concentric circles. And Alex, when we met earlier, I think gave a great example of this, because it really comes down to what does diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging mean to you in your circle. And I see so much of what we are doing, and even an event like this, I couldn't imagine being in an event like this pre-COVID, because the accessibility of, just as we've been talking about with Allison and Wadua, none of this technology was pervasive enough that we would have been like, sure, of course we're going to join this panel this way, right? But the incredible world of inclusion that this creates, because I've got an internet connection, electricity, and a computer that allows me to do this, is totally different than the world when I think about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, when I'm thinking about healthcare. And how do we knock down those barriers in healthcare? And if I think about that in each of the businesses and each of the sectors that we are all in, we probably have our own versions of what that looks like. But in the largest one of those circles, technology is helping us do this. Because I can't imagine when I was a woman, I'm still a woman, I'm so sorry, right? But when I was coming out of school, right, when I was trying to choose my time in university, what was my degree going to be? How did I choose biomedical engineering? I thought it was going to be a fun way to get into medical school. I didn't end up getting into medical school because I didn't want to go that path. I decided I wanted to go a tech path because I loved the technology that I saw. But had I known that this whole world existed, I probably would have chosen something else. You never know, right? Thank goodness I'm in the space that I'm in. I love it. But there are so many more choices available to women because technology has knocked down those barriers to what can you actually learn about and know. And so I think that's another component. And this latest round of technology is just going to keep knocking them down and help those circles get bigger and bigger, even though once we're in, like where it might be in smaller circles on our day-to-day basis, it's things like this that demonstrate how big the circles can be.
Yeah, I would like to add to that, if that is okay. Because when I read this questions, I kind of sit with it and think about a few particular cases in my years of working at Actionable Studio, which elevate the way I view the tech industry and how much it opens up possibilities for me and my passion personally. One of our 40 plus flashcard series is Humanoid 40 plus, which is the basic study of human anatomy. Along with that, also we have an app called Humanoid AR Plus, which allows users to augment the both female and male human and in the interactive 6 organs in life size. I say the target users for those are children aged 7 to 14. So we utilize the basis of this program to do a pilot project. It was a few years back on a fetus study in interactive AR. A few years back in collaboration with a university, and later in the years, much recently, we participated in what was the beginning of a massive research in collaboration with Queen Mary University in London and Ideas Foundation to develop an AR tool for university students and educators on regenerative medicine, focusing on modeling diseases during fetal development. This was a meaningful lesson for me. Considering the tip of this project brought to light just how much women can empower women and save women in the future. Another case is also a commercial project we did for the UK Space Agency. So we developed a mobile app for them called AR Adventure in Space. It gives users, and the target market is children and young adults, the experience of being an intern in the International Space Station. So there's, you can create a badge, choose your avatar, gender, and you're good to go. You can experience the app. It gives you a mission log from time to time for you to complete your internship. And there is a range of career quiz, so you can learn about the variety of career options in the space industry, apart from being an astronaut. And, you know, female can also be included in that sector too. So this was well over 4 years ago, and yet the impact is still relevant to this day, considering so many entertaining educational topics you can amplify using AR and VR. And the other perspective is, in general, our 40 plus flashcards and the apps itself, through all the years of its establishment, it has helped a lot of mothers. We don't really touch base on a very strict STEM curriculum, but we do utilize the technology to create and offer lesson learning tools for households too. So now that, you know, the early childhood education fee has risen so much recently, that gap year, actually a lot of parents skip, because, you know, you can usually go straight to primary school these days because it's very expensive. It's expensive here. I can't imagine how much it costs now in Europe and in the US, for example. And this fills the gap a little bit. And another example for the connection that I was very, very grateful to have also with Dr. Morris. I'm pretty sure some of you here are familiar with her. She's killing it out there. She's making it so well these days. I've been seeing that. I'm so glad. She came by to our booth in AWE last year, or 2 years, I should say. And yeah, she brought that book of the Seth Can Do All Things, her autistic son, and wanted to work with us to create, you know, an AR storytelling book because, you know, it helps her son learn very easily and in a much more interactive and visual way, which, you know, children with special needs could really benefit from. And also a few of feedbacks that we have from, you know, parents using our products is that, you know, their kids, also some kids with special needs learn how to speak the first time because of the app, and like how, you know, the features help them to go through the day, keeping them busy, making them learn things through visuals.
If I can just wrap this up, this first question and the second question, I have some answers that I think will tie everything up in a nice little bow. And speaking to some folks earlier about the importance of storytelling, it just reminds me, well, with One Health Lessons, we educate to empower. We educate to move people to take action in order to protect communities with health risks, right? And so one of the last webinars that we gave in 2022 actually took place in Iran, and talking about empowering women, right? The majority of the audience was female. And so we break barriers, we break cultural barriers through technology. It's regardless of what's going on with governments around the world, we are people and we want to relate with each other and we want to learn from each other and we want to empower each other to be the best we can possibly be. Now, certainly, depending on where we are on this planet, electricity is not a given, right? I mean, forget about natural disasters. There are countries that have rollouts, right? Rolling blackouts, and this is totally acceptable. Yes, Alex in South Africa is raising her hand right there. You know, and this is just something that we, moving forward, if we're really passionate about leadership and on a global scale, we have to take that into account and think about how can technology overcome such limitations, because we want equality, right? We want equity. So maybe moving forward, we can talk about that. And I think it's important to think about, you know, regardless of where you are on this planet, I think we can all start to build relationships and learn from each other and grow from each other in order to support our own communities and our own families. So back to you, Hassan.
I think that's a great segue into my third question. I love how you talked about being imaginative, using emerging technology. And I know Geetha, Twitha, Wadua, Allison, you all spoke to that and even mentioned some interventions that are really creative. So with that said, how do you all see emerging technologies really promoting innovation and really promoting creativity for women leaders?
I'm going to take a first stab at this, Asa. So for me, the sky really is the limit. We haven't even really started to enter the parabolic curve of what is possible with this new technology. And whether we're talking augmented reality and metaverse, to blockchain-based systems, to changes in the way that we actually do business and we interact with one another. We really, every day there are new use cases that are coming out and are being explored and being released. So honestly, I think our only barrier is our own imagination, our own willingness to try something new. And by the same token, our own willingness to make a call saying, is this working? Yes, great, we keep doing it. Or is this not working? Okay, fine, shelve this, move on to the next thing. Because I think, especially when you're talking within emerging tech, in technology that is still busy finding out where it's going to be, because then what this looks like in 10 years' time is very different from what it will look like by the end of this year. It's very different to what it looks like today. You have what you are defined as much by what you say no to as what you say yes to. So, I mean, my advice for every woman leader out there is educate yourself on what is out there from a technology perspective. Decide whether the emerging tech is the right technology for you, because it might not be. There might be a better solution. It's not a panacea. It will not solve every problem. But by the same token, start seeing what it can do. We've heard some amazing cases from the augmented reality teams on this panel. We've got similar ones we've done here in South Africa around soft skills training, literally called Gita in your shoes, and doing amazing things with transparency and identity, and whether that's metaverse identity or self-sovereign identity. There's so much that can be done. And it's just up for us to take that step and to work with our communities, with our businesses, whether they're our own or whether we are employees, to say, hey, step through the door. The technology is there. People are waiting for us to bring it to them. And if we don't do it, well, the white men at Microsoft and Facebook probably will.
Anyone else want to add to that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, Alex is spot on. I mean, education is key. I mean, especially to getting more people into the space, to breaking down the barrier of, to entry. I think that there's such a buildup of what is being built, that it creates kind of, like this. So many people are, like trying to define it and prove that it's real, but we are so early still. And this is the perfect opportunity for people to get in and to affect change. And, I think that what we're currently seeing, because we are so early, is just different silos of disruption. So we're seeing it with, blockchain technology. We're seeing it with AI. And these are all silos. And, going back to what Gita was saying about these concentric circles, I mean, like, the more that we educate ourselves about all of these things and find out, where we can push into, the more we can connect these experiences, and the more that we can bring this idea of these new emerging technologies to life, because they're still very much at the early stages.
What I think is incredible about this panel is that I don't know that any of us would have said that we started our careers purely in tech. Or with emerging tech and what we've done. I certainly feel like I'm an accidental tech person. And I realize that I probably can't say that anymore, because I'm doing all this incredible work with VR and the work that we're doing, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's for training, whether it's about bringing this whole sense of diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging to people, right? But I think about Wadua, I don't know that you would have said I was a tech person when you first started, right? I don't know, Alex, you would have felt the same, maybe, I don't know you well enough yet, right? But I think all of us, I don't know that we started there. And what's incredible is that it's already created an opportunity for women, because this whole panel exists, where we have this opportunity where we've all been brought into tech because of our passions in the other areas that we've been into. And so when I think about Alex talking about education, Wadua, your reinforcement of that, I completely agree, because there's all these new opportunities where, again, I think of tech as the tool. It's the method that we are still delivering those classic approaches that we've been working towards. Not to say that they're antiquated, but we're bringing those experiences forward, which brings more opportunities for women to see those opportunities. And that tech isn't something that just happens in a back room and it's a whole bunch of servers, right? Tech is front forward for all of us, whether you're a creative, whether you're a commercial marketer, whether you're a finance person, whether you're a creator and an innovator, right? There's so many different ways to incorporate tech, not thinking about it as tech alone, right? It's really about, how does tech enable me to be successful? And there's so many cool ways to do that today. And I'm an accidental tech person and I love it. It's fantastic. And I'm so thankful to meet this incredible group of women who have also found their way into tech, probably from all different directions.
Talk about silos. Somebody mentioned breaking down silos. I mean, that's One Health, but we're breaking down silos in order to help the health of the communities, right? That's all the point of One Health. And so when I train people, I mentor interns, and the interns come from lots of backgrounds. They could be technologists and engineers. They could be law students. They could be veterinary students, medical students. Doesn't matter what they are. but I say 3 things. I want to make sure these interns know 3 things, and I think it applies here today, so I'll share them. Number 1, stay curious. Number 2, ask, ask, ask. Ask somebody who's not from your niche. Learn from other people. And number 3, speak up. I mean, we're here as representatives of women leaders, and I'm grateful to be here. We are all here to speak up, and we want to encourage everybody to speak up and share their voice, because everybody's voice is important.
Anyone have anything to add before we go into the last question? Deborah, thank you for that. I think it's really important for us to feel empowered and actually act on that empowerment. Allison, go right ahead.
I was just going to add that, you kind of ask, does emerging technologies actually, sort of promote or enable more innovation and technological findings within the space? And I think that, I did a recent start. I was reading an article recently, which kind of spoke about critical thinking and creativity, kind of like really working hand in hand. But creativity thinking actually goes beyond the context of what critical thinking actually allows us to do. That ability to be imaginative, intuitive, spontaneous, inventive, all of the things that, if I'm correct, I think neuroscientifically, women are actually fantastic at. And I think we have to give ourselves some kudos for what we are great at, and we just get underestimated. And I think within the innovative and technological advancement space, it's incredible. I mean, at FlossVerse, we particularly focus, i.e., on encouraging more girls to go into the design sector. So your 3D modeling within the VR space, just because, all of those things that we're trying to build are really key to building prototypes for our day-to-day, everything that surrounds us, the chair that I'm sitting on, someone had to design it. And interestingly, often we kind of look and think, oh, we are lagging behind. I had wrote it on a piece of paper. I've just misplaced it, but it's something, don't quote me on it, but it's a really impressive sort of stats that sort of speak about women in design, almost about 47%, and men at about 48 point something percent, which is quite amazing. So the gap has really narrowed. So there are spaces where we are really going in and commanding our space and commanding to be represented. And I think that I can't imagine a time beyond the metaverse gaining momentum when this would have been possible. So I honestly give credit to this space that we're in, where we can see women actually be more ambitious. You can create and you can share and you can imagine what you want to present. There's an opportunity to actually be our very own selves. So, where we normally go into offices where you're too loud, you're too aggressive, I can be anything that I want to be within this new technological space, and make no apologies for it. And the avatars are really amazing. If you don't mind, I know I've spoken a little bit much, but I just wanted to go back to, when you're talking about barriers and what technology allows us to do. One of my most poignant moments of coming into this era was my first ever experience actually of going into metaverse was on Decentraland. And I think it was sometime last year, the back of it. And there was the first marathon. I don't know if anybody remembers it. And what was so poignant is I was reading people's comments later on. And it was somebody who was disabled, wheelchair bound, being able to do something that you cannot do right now. But as what Dua was saying, is that it's being entwined, isn't it? And so there's a whole lot of take for good things that are coming out of emerging technologies. The ability for me to walk in and be anybody. My color does not matter. My religion does not matter. My geography, where I am, does not matter. And as I sit on this panel, it's incredible. I come in with absolutely different skills to everybody else. But I also feel that when it comes to building, I think I can add my 2 cents and we can build something phenomenal. And that is the power of collaborative, technological, innovative thinking. Thank you.
No, I think this is a great segue into our last question. But before we get into our last question, I want to encourage all who are in the audience watching this encourage you to put any questions you may have in the chat. We may have a little bit of time to answer any questions you may have. And while you do that, I'll go into the last question for the panelists. In what ways do you see emerging technologies really shaping the future of leadership and management for women? Especially when you're talking about education and training for women for leadership roles, and also the culture of mentorship and advocacy and support for women using emerging technologies. That's open to anyone.
Well, I'll just start with the fact that I mean, I think it's partially about the new technologies, but as somebody who's older who has found myself in tech, I mean, like accidentally as well. I think that it's important mentorship and sponsorship actually, of the next generations coming into the space is so important. I mean, because again, going back to what I was saying about breaking down those old paradigms, and I coming into this space, I played small. I didn't have a voice. I didn't put forth my ideas because I didn't feel like my ideas were as good as the men standing next to me who were very vocal and who didn't hold back their enthusiasm or their ideas or their voices. And I think that, I think it's super important as we're looking at the technologies just to look at the way that we conduct ourselves. And as people, especially who are, in this next chapter of their lives, bringing those things that we've learned into these spaces and into the way that these new technologies and spaces are being built.
I think to add to that, Radu, I love that, but I think it normalizes it. Having a conference like this that it comprises exclusively of female voices in this space, having so many more women entering this space. I love the way it normalizes it. My kids are 6 and 8, and I mean, well, yes, they're not particularly impressed with the fact that mom is an IT executive, but it's normal for them, and they are the ones who, I mean, they're already the ones saying the metaverse is the betterverse, but really the next generation, whether it's our sort of kids who are still quite young, or the people in their teens, their 20s, so the Gen Z, they're already in this space. They're using this technology. They expect to use it. But seeing us as leaders in this space, it's normal for them, which means that there's less of that barrier we've spoken about for people to think, can I do this? No, I can't possibly do this. I lack the equipment. They rather say, okay, well, we see Hassan, Gita, and Chitra, and all of the other people on this panel. I can do that too. I can do it better. And that's what we want.
Yeah, it's the boundless space. I mean, like thinking about when the internet made its breakthrough, we didn't think it was going to be an everyday thing. Like we almost, I mean, I think couldn't live without it at this point. And we're not there yet, especially in the Southeast Asia. I feel like the way metaverse kicks off in the US and in Europe and in Southeast Asia, the way our culture also shaped the consumerism and the way people use devices, and the interactions and the level of interactions. Also, I'm just very excited to see the kind of opportunities and doors that are opening up later on, looking at now like how much progressive it is. And I also cannot wait to have a living proof of metaverse being used to run businesses, and that's kind of will shift the way people do social commerce, do retails, and all that would be new jobs and new occupations for women as well. And I kind of like the idea of the semi-anonymity in the internet and in the metaverse as well. Like you can literally be whoever you want to be. Not necessarily to hide who you really are, but to sort of have your own digital identity, and you're not letting anything else define you in that space as well.
And I think we're going to have to end it here. I just want to thank all of our panelists today. You all are amazing. Some of the key themes that I heard were imagination, were like ownership, and really being able to use your voice to actually do and create change that we need to see. And then also normalizing what we see in the metaverse to actually do it in the real world, and making that connection as well too. So I want to thank you all. I'm sorry we could not get to any questions, but if you can continue this conversation amongst yourselves or in other metaverses that you're a part of. So thank you all for joining us today, and have a great rest of the conference summit. Thanks.
Thank you,
so
everyone.
much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.